So we had a lot of talks about industry conversations on women, female producers. We spoke about things on longevity, and I think we spoke with the chairman of the Wella Adiniga production, gave us an insight into running a business for so long. And I think for 25 years of doing Super Story, that gives him credit for giving us insights on how he's been able to do that. There were also talks on pitching perfect. I think Chantel did that for us. And there was also something on creativity and profitability, how to make your content, make you money. I think that was handled by Mr. Ken Power. So today we'll have a lot more in check for us. And we have the IZE guys that will be speaking to us about their programs. That's the Distribution Executives Program that Nifs has started. I think they got their certificates yesterday. Congrats, guys. But today they'll be speaking to us at length what they went through in the process of being thoughts on distribution. If you are if you were not here yesterday, you can please get the agenda at nipsummit.com. There you can see the agenda. There's no hard copy, so you can follow us online what is happening. And there's actually a Wi-Fi there. The details are there, Hilton Honor, and the password is there as well. Please log on and then get a Wi-Fi if you don't have, so you can follow us, follow the agenda and know what we're doing. So if you're already looking at the agenda now, you will notice that the first presentation would have been of the Beta Arts Festival. Unfortunately, the speaker is running late, so we'll jump to the second program, which is a presentation of the filmmakers, Film Art, and Role Play Africa. This will be for about how many minutes now? About 15 minutes, yes? Okay, so for the speakers, please look out there for your timer. I will try as much as possible to stick to time. So your timer is there and it will tell you when it's time to stop. For housekeeping rules, the exit is there by your right. Please don't get it crowded. Try as much as possible to leave enough space for people to pass through. And without much further ado, I think we'll start today with the presentation by the Film Art and Role Play Africa. Please, can we have Oluwaseyin Lawal? He's a marketing manager, Filmmakers Mart. Please come forward. Please encourage him with hands of applause. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, good morning, everyone. That's very cold. I get that it's very cold. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm sure we had breakfast already. Okay, my name is Oluwaseyin Lawal. I'm the marketing manager for Filmmakers Mart. Please, can I have my presentation up now? Okay, so why they got the presentation up? Basically, Filmmakers Mart is a film marketplace for filmmakers to get access to verified film services. But along the line, we then started another product which is called Role Pay Africa. So Role Pay Africa, basically, it's a payroll payment solution for production teams. For filmmakers, Matt. Yes. No, I have just one. So yeah, let me just go ahead. Filmmakers Mart started in 2021 as Reiki Solutions. What we're doing then was we were just providing locations, and then people then started to ask for other services, and then that marketplace or that location services that we were offering then morphed into a comprehensive comprehensive marketplace. No, it's a PPT. Yes. So then we started as Rocky Solutions, where we're just providing just location services, and then we had other productions or production houses coming to ask for other services, and then our Rocky Solution then morphed into Filmmakers Mart, which now is a comprehensive marketplace where you can just access verified film services beyond just locations. You want to scout for locations. You need feeding for your cast and crew members. There are food vendors on the platform you can just book. You need accommodation for your cast and crew members. There are apartments or places that you can stay before, say for instance, you're moving outside Lagos, or even if you're within Lagos and you need to film in a place where you need to accommodate your cast and crew members. Also, film permits. We also help to facilitate film permits. You want to shoot inside the airports. You want to, shoot on the street of Lagos. Also security. We know how chaotic it is filming on the street of Lagos. So we also provide that for you. Now, you might be saying, oh, we have access to these things. We can as well just go outside and then scout for these locations ourselves. We can as well call our usual food vendor and all of that. But what makes us different is, do we have the presentation coming up soon? Hello? The presentation is coming up soon? Okay. So what makes us different is that, again, we want to build a very structured industry. And for us to build that industry, that structure, there has to be infrastructures that would support filmmakers. Let me just, okay, yeah, so I was saying that what makes us different from every other person you see. So for people that are familiar with film production, you work with the location manager. And we've seen situations where they're eating costs. You see a location manager come back, and this is not a jab to location managers. There are very, very good ones out there. So you see location managers come, and then they might just tell you, oh, this property or this place you want to film costs ₦1 million. But just behind the scene, the property owner is giving them for, say, 200,000 naira. But this platform gives you access to the direct property owners, the property managers. So you're seeing exactly what you're going to charge. So there are no hidden costs whatsoever. You're dealing directly with these service providers, and they are verified. No, this is not it. Okay, we'll just wait for them to just get the presentation up. No, that's not it. That's not it. Okay. Hopefully they get it over very soon, because that presentation is very important. Yes, so we have other services, like I mentioned earlier, locations and all of that. And we've been privileged to work with, to serve different productions. We worked with Chino Studios. We were the one that facilitated locations for Sylvia. We also facilitated for The Weekend. We also worked with Guru Studios. We facilitated locations for Christmas in Lagos. Also, we worked with Ola Kadoso. We facilitate locations for Suki Film. There's a film called Suki. And so on. We also worked with Inkbloods, and so many productions, to be honest. And commercials too. Worked with Nine Mobile, worked with Money Points, and all of that. So RolePay Africa. RolePay Africa basically it's a payment payroll solution for production teams. Now, what is RolePay? What are we trying to solve? Again, because we started Filmmakers Mats in 2021, we then identified another challenge, bordering around payments, budgeting, and financial transparency. And then that led us to then start RolePay Africa, which basically, we say it's a better way to pay and manage cast and crew members. And, we've been in situations where, might not be happening now, but been in situations where you work on a project and payment is being delayed. Sometimes you don't even get paid at the right time. But this system now takes that burden away from production companies and producers and also production accountants, because this system now allows you to automate payment for cast and crew members. So we have the two sides of the business. We have of our RolePay. We have the business side, we have the talent side. So the business side are the film production companies, having them to manage and pay cast and crew members. Then we have the talent side, which is the cast and crew members. They are the ones then receiving the payments. And then the idea is that we've built a mobile app for the talent, that's the cast and crew members. And in as much as we want them to collect payment from producers, again, going back to putting structure in place, we also want to build an ecosystem where even on the mobile app, they can get access to loans, they can get access to insurance, and all of that. Because again, it's very important as cast and crew members that our body, soul, and spirits, they're in one piece for us to function properly. So for Role Pay Africa, we have the payroll side and we have the payment side. So the payroll side basically is for the cast and crew members, which I mentioned earlier, having to automate their payment. Then we have the vendor side, which now helps you to now track your expenses. So you're not going through the hassle of doing manual transfers. Sometimes you even hand out cash and sets. And these things affects um, um, your reporting, because sometimes when you hand out cash and sets and you do these things, you would miss very tiny details that you think are not very important. So this system now allows you to now make this payment on the platform, and then you can track the things. You can even generate reports. So your investor is asking for a report, you can just generate from the system. So as you're paying this person, the system automatically tracks this, and then it's stored in the system. So you don't have to do manual transfer, and then you're running, to your spreadsheets, and you're typing that, I pay this person. It's a lot of stress. And what we're trying to say, or what we're trying to do, is to ensure that filmmakers are filmmakers. Filmmakers focus on creating, don't dabble into so many things, because we need you to just focus, on that creative vision. While some other people, I don't know if my slide is up yet. Thank you for staying. Okay, so let's have the presentation now. It's coming up, don't worry. It's coming up. It has been sorted. Can we have it in full screen? Okay, yes, great. Okay, so no, let's go back to that first slide. Yeah. So we've heard a lot about the Africa's creative economy, Africa's creative creators economy, and the economy is rising. But if we don't have the infrastructures when this economy peaks, then we're losing. So the Africa's creative economy is rising, and we're building the backbone to power it, and that was what led to us building these two products I'm about to share with you. Which, okay, yeah, you can go to the next slide. Please just follow my prompt. Okay, yeah. So Filmmakers Mart, we are powering Africa's film productions. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, yes. So these were some of the challenges that we saw. I know that the challenges filmmakers experience are not limited to this. Unreliable service providers, fragmented services. So you're getting location from here, you're looking elsewhere to get another service, you're looking at that place, just fragmented, and it's not just in one place. Hidden costs, like I explained earlier, and then slow processes. Let me just share a very short story. One of our co-founders, she's a filmmaker also, because these products, were built by filmmakers. So it means that we understand the challenges with filmmakers. So one of our co-founders, she had a production. She had already checked the list. She already sorted everything, and she already got location. Now, on the day of the shoot, or on the day of the on the day of the production, they got to the location, and they were about to start filming. And then the owner of the apartment came in, and then he said that they have to stop filming because his mother-in-law is coming to town. So you should understand how that would disrupt their production schedule, their timeline. And what FMM then ensures is that both parties fulfill their end of the bargain. So if, as a service provider, you align this person to come into your space, it means that there are already some set rules that you have to follow. Same with the filmmakers. Okay, yeah, next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so what we now did was now build a platform where you can find every service you need for your film, location, and all of that. What we've also done is that, peradventure you come to the marketplace and you don't find what you want, there's a brief feature. So we call it the production brief, where you can just submit your brief, and then our rep then would then get to it. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, yes. So discover, book, and manage services in minutes. Also, it saves you time. You don't have to, like I mentioned earlier, look in different places to find the services. So you want to rent your equipment, you want to sort out accommodation, you want to sort out transportation, mobile toilets, location, security, food, and all of this, permit tents, and all of this. So you can just find them on our platform. Now, you can be sure that these services, they've been vetted, and the pricing is very transparent. Next slide. Next slide. I think the next slide should be productions we've served. Okay, yes. So like I mentioned earlier, these are just selected few. Some of the production companies we've worked with. We're still working with more. Next slide. So the next slide is now then RolePay, which I explained earlier. Okay, so RolePay Africa, like I said, it's the better way to pay and manage cast and crew members. Next slide. So what we've done with RolePay basically is that we saw a gap. Some filmmakers are still stuck in that traditional way. You are spending hours having to manage payments, and sometimes even the line producer. Can we go back to that slide? But yeah. So even the line producer or whoever is managing payments and sets, it's just a lot of work for you. You're having to keep track of, have I paid this person, have I not paid this person, and you're having to deal with spreadsheets. Even when you don't even have that accounting background, you just pick something up and you're just doing it. And then sometimes it also leads to payment delays, and there are also tax compliance issues because again you have to pay tax. But if these things are not properly documented, you don't even know what to do or where to go next. And then that's why we then came up with RolePay. Also payment errors, ensuring that you're not overpaying someone more than what you should pay them or underpaying them, below what you guys agreed. The next slide. Then, so what RolePay allows you then to do is that you can then track your projects, track your talents, track vendors, and track spend. So we have, so the way RolePay is structured is there are two levels of structure to RolePay. There's the company overview, then there's the project level. Now, a company houses the project, so you can have 5, 10 projects running on your company on the dashboard. And track talent. So if you look up there, okay, yes. If you look up there, you see where. So we've now made things very seamless. You can see where they wrote the invite link. So think of your WhatsApp group chat link or your Telegram group chat link. So you've signed up as a producer or as a production accountant, and you want to get cast and crew members on board. You just need to just copy that link and share to your WhatsApp groups where you have them, or your Telegram groups where you have them. And then once they just click on that link, they are automatically onboarded on that platform. So it tells you the name of the person, it tells you their role on set. Is this person a production manager, and all of that. Then it also tells you how much you're paying this person. That means the contract you agreed on. And then it not gives you the payment plan, like what's the plan regarding payment. Also for vendors, so there's a different tab for vendors where you then can now add a vendor. So say for instance, you contacted someone like Abazi for equipment. So you can just come and then you add Abazi's details and then you make payment to Abazi. Now, we then understand that there are some kind of expenses that will happen outside of this platform. Say, for instance, you went to ShopRite to get, say, water or something. Of course, you cannot come and impute and do a payment processing for ShopRite. You have to pay with your card at the store. So what we've done then is you can now come and log your expenses outside of whatever expenses took place within the platform. So you just come, you log the expenses. You can say, oh, we paid ShopRite this amount, because again, what we're trying to do again is that there are no leakages. You're not missing those tiny details. Everything is well accounted for, and then there's that transparency with your production financial workflow. Okay, yes. Next slide, please. So track project, yes. So like I explained earlier, we have two use cases for RolePay. We have the business. These are the producers. These are the production accountants. These are the production consultants. And what they do basically on the platform is they manage payments and the project. So you can manage all, like the entirety of a project on this platform. Then we have the talent, the cast and crew, where you can then track your payments. So, it just helps you to just keep track of, I've worked on 6 projects this year. How much have I even gotten from those 6 projects? So you can just log in, and then you can track and say, oh, you've made X amount of naira. But again, money made from the business, they don't go into your mobile app. Like I said, there's a mobile app. It goes directly to your bank account. But the mobile app then shows you that, oh, you've earned this figure from this project. But you get the money directly to your account. Then you can also request payments. Say, for instance, you took Uber from a place to the location, or you just did something out of pocket, and you want the production to reimburse you. So you can just request for payments, and these guys, they get the notification, and they can choose to approve or reject that payment. Next slide, please. And then, of course, you get paid from these guys. Next slide. So the next slide should be, okay, yes. So fund manage your project with ease. Again, what we've done is that as a producer or as a production company, once you get on this platform and then you register, you complete your KYC, you'd be attached an account number. So we call it the Ropey account number. So this is the account number you use for your project. So you can even send this account number to people and then they send money into the account and it reflects on your project dashboard. Like I mentioned earlier, you can track talents and vendors at a glance. So, it gives you a sense of, oh, I've incurred this, expenses paying this person or this vendor and all of that. Next slide, please. You can also view and manage your request. Now, what makes us different from the regular payroll is that, again, like I said, this product was built by filmmakers, and we understand the challenges. And because there are nuances in film production that the regular payroll would not cover. So now we've now broken our payment plan into three to make it very flexible. There is the one-time payment, there's the installment payments, and we have the fixed scheduled payment. So the one-time payment is, I agree that I'm going to pay this my brother here 1 million naira. And then I schedule that tomorrow, this guy should get his money. And then tomorrow he gets the 1 million naira. So it could be before the project, in the middle of the project or after, depending on when you agree on. Now there is the installment payment where you then now break this in milestones. I want to pay this guy in 5 installments. So before, after, or whatever the contract is. So on the system, you can put it that pay this guy his first installment, pay him 50% first at this date. Then the second installment, pay him 20% at this date, and all of that. And be sure that at that date, the system automatically processes this payment. Then we have the fixed scheduled payments where you can then say, I want you to pay this guy this amount every week, bi-weekly, every month, depending on what the contract is. Next slide, please. So the payment plan is flexible for every production. So now stay on top of your production expenses. Now, again, like I explained earlier, this helps you to then track your expenses. Now, the good thing we've done with this product is that we've now then categorized expenses based on your stages of production. So we have the development, we have the pre-production, production, and post-production. So you can, that gives you a sense of direction. Oh, I've spent X amount of naira, at the development stage. It also helps you to just stay within budget. If you're running over budget, you can just I have to take it a bit easy because I'm running above my budget. So it just gives you a clear overview of payments or transactions that have happened on the system. Next slide. Yes, secure workflow for payments. Now you might ask and say, oh, I'm a filmmaker. I don't have time to be handling all of this. Ideally, we don't even want you to be handling this. You can just create the account. So what we've done now is we have what we call the admin roles. So I want to believe you have people in your team that can do this. So you can just have them as super admins or as a staff admin or as a viewer admin. So as a super admin, there are two types: the ability to pay and the ability not to pay. So the ability to pay means that you can make payments without me, the filmmaker, overseeing anything or approving anything, because I trust you that you would make the right call. But then we have the one without the ability to pay, which means that I can go on the dashboard, create a payment plan, and then I have to send it to the filmmaker. He gets it on his own dashboard, and then he then approves the payment or reject the payment. So that person can, manage the project, but they cannot make payments. So for you to make payments, you have to send it to this guy who is the boss for him to approve, and then the payment goes through. Then we have the staff admin can manage. Also, there's a limit to what they can do. And we have the viewer admin where they can just view the project. No, go back. Okay, is this last slide? Okay, yes, okay. I'm actually right on time. Yeah, last slide. So we have powerful stories. We have amazing talent. But for us to compete on the global stage, we need more than that vision. We need infrastructures that would help us to deliver at that global stage. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much for watching my presentation. I remain Oluwaseun Lawal, and I must appreciate the Nifs team for the platform to be able to do this and tell you about the product. Thank you.
Thank you, Oluwaseun. Can we please give him another round of applause, please? Thank you. So are you still following the agenda? If you notice, I said that's the second one. So we'll just jump to the third one. And after the third one, we'll go back to the first one, which is the Beta Festival presentation. Are you with me? Fantastic. So the next speaker will be from the School of Media and Communications, Pan Atlantic University. So he's going to be doing a presentation of the SMS's Masters in Film Production program. This will be presented by Lawrence Akonde. He's the HOD of the Film and Multimedia Department, School of Media and Communications, Pan African University. Can we please have him come forward? Can welcome him with a applause. That wasn't encouraging, guys. Can we just clap properly? Clap properly. Thank you. All right.
Good morning. That's cool. Good morning. Yeah. You know the difference between ordinary and extraordinary is just that 5-letter words, the extra. So I'm here to actually talk about that extra. And can I have my slide, please? Okay, let me start by saying I'm here to talk about modular MSc in film production. There are two questions that people most of the time ask. Why masters? Yes, I've done my undergrad studies, so why should I do master again? And then people also ask questions about what is modular? Does it mean that modular is different from the normal master program? And that is what I want to talk about. My name is Lawrence Olu Akonde Tachi. You might be wondering, what is the meaning of Tachi? Because I got my extra from China, and that is where they gave me the name Tachi. So my Chinese people usually call me Tachi, Tachi. And the knowledge I got from there is what I brought. Before I traveled, I was lecturing at National Film Institute. Then I came back. Right now, I'm with Pan Atlantic University, School of Media and Communication. And we started film program. So we started with this master's in 2019. And we have graduated quite a few. And some of them you know, some you may not know. And also, last year we started the undergrad in film and multimedia, which I'm not talking about that one here. I'm talking about masters because I believe the people I'm talking to are people who are looking forward to that. So, why masters? Why master's degree in film production? Please, can you go to the next slide? Yeah. The master's degree in film production, the modular at PAU, School of Media and Communication, is to erase the gap between skills and competence that you get in university and what is also required in the industry. You know, sometimes you can pass through a university education, like somebody was telling me. He was in one of these federal universities, passed through that place, and when he was in school, he never touched computer, and he was studying computer science. So we see that a lot. Well, that's not what we have in Pan Atlantic University. So what we are doing is that we bridge the gap between what you learn in school, the theory, and the practice. So next slide, please. So what is a modular master degree, and why is it different? In a modular master degree, your courses are broken into modules. So we have, for this master's program, we have module 1 to module 6, which after doing that, then you do your project, and then you get your master's. But does it mean that if I don't want to do that master's degree, which is for a whole year, does it mean I can't be part of it? Yes, you can be part of it. But you may not get masters, but you can get a certificate in the module. So you can do a module runs for just 2 months, but the master degree runs for 1 year. And also, you can decide to break it You can do 2 modules this year, do 2 modules next year, and complete it in the 3rd year. Or you do 3 modules this year and do 3 modules next year. Now, go to the next slide. I just want to read this testimony from one of our students. Some of you might know him, Adbukeli. Is the DOP for The Man Died, the movie from the adaptation from Professor Wole Soyinka's book. He said, the Masters in Film Production program at Pan Atlantic University exposed me to understand film as a language, which is known as film theory. Film is not just about art. Film has a huge connection with science, and that is where my mind was completely blown. What we teach people at Pan Atlantic University is that film is art, film is science, and also film is business. You must have heard that a lot since yesterday. If you don't know these 3, you can't be a master in film production. You need the knowledge of these 3 to be able to create something that is extraordinary. Next slide, please. Now, what are our objectives? I stated earlier is to erase the gap between training acquired in universities and the needs and demand of the industry. By strategically interfacing the program with the industry. So you have a lot of industry people who will teach you, and also thereby producing industry-ready graduates. That is why our products, our students, before they leave school, they are already part of the industry, because we expose them to the industry, and they're able to bring their knowledge to the table. Next slide. The second objective is to provide the kind of training that is sufficiently and inherently dynamic to respond to the present and future need of the industry, and thereby produce graduates who, both for self and others, can widen the employment opportunity in the motion picture value chain. So when you graduate from this, you may not need even to work somewhere else. You can start your own company. And it's one of the things I encourage my students. You know, I went through a film school too, and when you go to film school, you know one another, you know the strength of everybody. And you can come together and start your own company. So you don't really need to struggle in the job market, because you have the knowledge and you know where you're going. So that is what we do. We train people also, not just for now, but also for the future. Like I always tell my students, we filmmakers, we are like prophets. So we see into the future. Someone was saying yesterday that we need to provide film that will talk about what Nigeria should be. If you recall, when 24 series was produced, there was never a black American president. But in that movie, they presented to us a black American president who performed excellently well. And after that, Barack Obama came to scene and won the election. We need to do that too as filmmakers. We need to project into the future. And those are the things that we impart into our students, to see beyond what is happening and see something good that is going to happen in this country. Next slide. So also, we combine the professional with academics by animating the intersection of theory and practice in the philosophical, entrepreneurial, technological, and the aesthetic dimension of motion picture, thereby preparing the product for further graduate study in film and other cognitive disciplines. So if you do this master in film production, you can decide and say you want to go and do your PhD. Or you can stop there. So the certificate you are going to receive will give you opportunity to do your master's. It's not every master that you can use to do PhD, you know that. If you do MFA, it's terminal. But if you do MSc, then you can further your academics. Let's go to the next slide. So, what are the admission requirements? For modular certificate program, which is part of this modular MSc, if you are just entering for a module, you just need basic secondary school qualification. So anybody can do that. Even if you have experience in the past, you can do that. But for master's degree, you need bachelor degree in any discipline, though preferably humanities and social sciences. Or if you have HND in any discipline, you can also enter for it. You don't need to do PGD. So let's go to the next slide. So now, what is actually the duration? The duration is just for 1 year if you want to do straight MSc program. So you can do it from September to August of next year. The next batch is actually starting on the 6th of September. And for the space modular, which you can do within 2 or 3 years, module 1 starts September to October, 7 weeks. Module 2, November to December. Module 3, January to February. Module 4, March to April. Module 5, May to June. And Module 6, July to August. And by then, if you are doing the straight MSc, then you finish there, you shoot your movie, and then you graduate in December. Next slide. Yes, the modular program is structured around 6 modules, comprising different areas of specialization in film. That has to do with theories and practice of syntax, grammar, aesthetic, and conceptual studies. Because there are some studies that you are going to do that are conceptual courses. Let's go to the next slide, where the courses, I think, are explained. Next slide, please. Now, the course structure. Module 1 is about screenwriting. So you can decide and say, no, I don't want to do the whole masters. I just want to do a module in script writing. Then, for this module 1, we have 3 courses. The first one is Studies in Professional Ethics in Media and Communication, because that is one of our strongest areas in Pan Atlantic University. Ethics, very important. And then the principles of screenwriting. And then the third one is the production workshop, which is the practical. So the production workshop is purely practical, while the principles is where you learn the theory. Now let's go to the next slide. Because of time, please. Module 2 is the business of film. You remember I said film is not just art, film is science, and film is business. If you want to make it, if you want to be extraordinary filmmaker, you need to learn the business of film. Because you are not just making film for fun, you're making film to make another one, and you want to make money, you want to earn a living from film. So here you are going to do the business of film, then the principles of producing for the screen, and the production workshop in film producing. The number 4, if you are doing masters, you must also do the guided participation internship. That means you must work on sets of filmmakers within the country. And then let's go to the next one, module 3, which is film directing. You may decide and say it's just film directing I want to learn. And then here you do studies in research, methodology, and audience analysis. You need to know your audience. You need to be able to analyze the audience. You need to be able to project into their mind. And then the principles of directing and production workshop in directing. Next slide, please. The next one is cinematography and production design. You have to study the culture, studies in culture and civilization and ideology. And also principles of cinematography and production design, and production workshop in cinematography and production design. And also, at this module 4, you will present your final project proposal. So we look at it, and then you can start working and planning for a final production. Next slide. Module 5 is on film sound design. So when you are on Module 5, you're going to do seminars, which you are going to write papers. That's what some people will say, we just want to know. You should know how to discuss film. So you look at the film content, or the creator, or the industry, and society. And the second one is principles of sound design. And then the third one is production workshop in sound design. Actually, that is my own area. Let's go to the next slide, which is the Module 6. Module 6 is on motion picture editing, where you take a course that has to do with film analysis and criticism. You need to know how to analyze film and criticize it, not destructively, but constructively. And also principles of motion picture editing and production workshop in editing. And the last one is your final film production. You are going to shoot a film, and also you are going to write a thesis. Your thesis is to analyze the film that you've shot. That is what the final film production is going to be. And for information, 2 years ago, one of our student film actually won the best student film at AFRIV. So it's something that's worth investing into. So let's go to the next slide. So how are the classes run? The classes run 4 hours on Saturdays and 1 intensive week, which you are going to be on campus for physical classes. So for a whole week, you are going to be doing the practicals, and you're going to meet physically your lecturers. So exam also be conducted at the end of every module, so you don't need to wait until the final year to do all the exam together. So let's go to the next slide. Now, finally, I want to read about one of the student testimonial too. Said, if you work in the industry or you are considering taking up master's degree in film production, I will say, go for it. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have questions or if there's time for it.
I'm not too sure about time.
Okay, if there's no time, then you can see us outside. We have a stand outside.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Can we just please give him another hand of applause? And talking about stands, I don't know if you've been meaning to see some people. It's not on the hallway. I think everybody is there at the Kano Hall. So if you want to see anybody or book the meeting or stuff, please don't look at the hallway. Go to the Kano Hall. Thank you so much. Thank you for that information on a master's program in film production. I actually thought about if I had time to go and do another master's, but I don't know. Film production. We'll go think. Well, did you say how much it was? Is it free? Nobody asked that question. Is it free? Please, Oga, please come and answer. You guys didn't answer. Me that want to go and do masters now. No one asking. Okay, please, how much is it? We're interested.
For the master's program, if you want to run everything, it's 4.5 million. Yes. 4.5 million. But it's just for 1 year. 3 semesters. Yes. Okay. Maybe let me tell you, for my master's that I did at Beijing Film Academy in China, it was over 50 million naira. Yes, 50 million naira. So yes, that is the way it is. Film is expensive, especially if you want to study film. So this one is very cheap, 4.5. And if you want to do the accommodation on campus, we don't. That one is handled by private people.
As from Nifs, yeah.
Yes, if you come, yes.
Oh,
Yeah. We need to talk about the system. The discount is actually the school that is going to give the discount. It's not me. So, yes, yes, I discussed with them.
Yes,
You know,
please.
I think they're looking at it.
Okay, okay.
Yes. And also, if you want to do a modular, I think that one is less than, is it 8 million? It's 100,000 yes. It's around 800,000 if you want to do a modular. So just one module. Because what we did is we broke down every course. And then we cost the course. And then we multiply it. And for a module, we are going to be doing at least 3 courses. So it's less than 1 million.
Oh, fantastic. That's good. And this would be an MA or MSc?
It's MSc.
MSc.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So, and would there be a payment plan for the
Ye-
4 point?
Yes, yes. You don't have to pay everything at once.
Okay.
And that's why you can even decide and say, I'm going to pay per module.
Oh, great.
So with that one, it's easy. And remember, you don't need to be on campus every day. It's only on Saturdays, online, 4 hours. Yes, 4 hours on Saturdays. But every module, you are going to have 1 week intensive week. So you have to be on campus for this. And when you're on campus, you're going to be taken through the practicals. So that's why we call it intensive, because you have to be on campus from morning till evening.
Great, great. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Can we please give him another hand of applause? So I've asked all the right questions for you guys. So I need to have partners because I think I'll be going for this course. So if you're interested, let me have the partner while we're going together and learn for 1 year. Okay. So thank you so much again. So we're going back to the first program. So I told you guys, if you're following on the website, we're going back to the first program. Are we together? Are we together? Thank you. That will be a presentation of the Beta Arts Festival by Bikia Graham Douglas. She's the festival convener, and then she has a lot to say about this festival, which is happening in next month. Okay, a couple of months, yes. And then she's hoping people are going to turn up. So can we please welcome Bikia as she comes forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I must apologize for coming late. Nigeria happened to me on the road, just briefly, not fully. But yeah, let me not say Nigeria happened. Nigeria is a great country.
Yes, it is.
Yes, yeah. Right, okay, so my name is Bikia Graham Douglas. I'm an actress and a producer and an art enabler and a cultural advocate. Thank you. And today I'm here to talk to you about my festival, the Beta Arts Festival. I'd like to say a big thank you to Ijoma for giving me this platform. She's one of those people who she tells you, she just said to me, Bikia, you're coming to present your festival. And I'm like, sis, but I'm in Abuja. She's like, yeah, you turn up and you present your festival. You're doing good work. So, and she's actually flown to Abuja to the festival. She had an event in Lagos. She came just for a night to support me, and then she came back. So please give Ijoma a round of applause. And for all the great things she's doing to bring people together. So I'll just like to talk to you about Beta Arts Festival. As I said, I'm an art enabler. And one of my ethoses is development. And I founded Beta Universal Arts Foundation over 12 years ago. And what we do at Beta Universal Arts Foundation is to impact lives through storytelling. So we always come up with intervention projects, events to enable emerging artists. So we run a national playwriting competition. We've run it for the last 7 years. And from doing that, we started doing a Beta Campus outreach where we work with creative arts departments in universities to enable their learning experience and their environment, support them how we can. And then we saw the need for us to have an arts festival that is not just focused on one discipline of art, but an arts festival that brings multidisciplinary arts together, where we could learn from each other, where we could connect with each other, where we could collaborate with each other. And Abuja is a virgin ground. Abuja is very special to me. When I moved back to from the UK, I lived in Abuja for a bit, and then I had to come to Lagos for work. And I was the executive director of Lagos Theatre Festival. And when it was time for me, when the time came, when I heard from God to put a festival together, I had to go back to Abuja because Lagos, we have so much. We have so much that brings us all together, but Abuja doesn't really have that. And I wanted it to be focused on emerging artists. So not just in theater or in film, but I wanted somewhere where we could converge, where we could learn from each other and connect with each other. And so we created the Beta Arts Festival. Can I have the second slide, please? Beta Arts Festival, a hub of Africa's creative spirit. So this is who we are. We're a Pan-African hub for theatre, film, music. No, can we go back to the last slide? Thank you. Theatre, film, music, visual arts, and creative enterprise. We nurture talent, we celebrate African storytelling, and we grow communities. So a lot of the festivals you go to are industry focused. Our festival is community focused. So we like people to come into our world to see what we do while we are creating opportunities for emerging artists. So that's what we do at Beta Arts Festival. And our mission is, can you go back, please? Thank you. Yeah. Our mission is to celebrate African voices and nurture talent, creating a safe space for people to come together, to learn from each other, fostering excellence and connecting communities through the arts. And it's our vision to unite Africa's creative communities in a dynamic hub that nurtures diverse artistic voices and fosters cultural exchange. And you see, nurturing comes up a lot because there is a need for us to nurture develop young talent. And I'm a product of being enabled. I'm a product of people giving me an opportunity to learn. And that's why I think it's extremely important that we create a safe space where people can connect, and they can also meet people who are already professional. So that's something that we do. We bring people who are already at the top of their game to connect with people who are on their journey. And you will be surprised what this springboard does for their careers, the confidence it gives them, the opportunities it creates for them, the jobs that they get just from one interaction. That's why the Beta Arts Festival exists. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So it's our 5th year this year, but we've successfully held 4 festivals in Abuja. I've actually seen someone in the audience who has been to our festival. So 4 successful festivals in our belt, and it's our 5th year this year. Big milestone for us, and we're hoping that you guys are going to come. Next slide, please. So why the Beta Arts Festival? As I said, multidisciplinary festival for cross-storytelling, expression and engagement, a springboard for emerging talent to showcase and grow. We celebrate Africa's creativity. And every single person in here is a product of Africa's creativity. So it's about celebrating you, it's about celebrating us. And of course, to foster collaborations where people can have conversations, where people can learn from each other, where people can work together. That's why the Beta Arts Festival exists, and that's why we're hoping you'll come to our festival this year. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the festival highlights, as I said, stage plays, film screenings. We have knowledge hub events, and that's like dialogues, conversations, panel discussions, workshops. And then we have musical concerts for emerging artists in Abuja. And we actually have people who come from different parts of the country to perform on our stage. And then we have art exhibitions where we give emerging artists an opportunity for their work to be seen by new audiences. And we have a record of people selling their work, and we have games. Of course, it's always fun to have games at a festival, and we are able to craft like specially curated experiential experiences for people at the festival. And then we have obviously a festival market for creative enterprise. Next slide, please. So the festival impacts, as I said, we've had 4 festivals. We've had 13 participating countries from the continent. We've staged 50 plays, 42 films screened, 48 vendors, 419 emerging performers, and cumulative, we've created 900 jobs. And we've had a cumulative audience of 8,000 in the last 4 years. Thank you. And our media reach, we're getting there. It'll be better. 50 million impressions in the last 4 years, traditional and digital. And we've had enormous support. And I don't think we could have achieved what we have without the media support. So please, I'd like you all to give the media a round of applause for supporting our initiative. Thank you. Next slide. And the roadmap for Beta Arts Festival 2025, we're going to continue what we do to create opportunities for emerging talent through mentorship, workshops, and this time we're looking at how technology can influence creativity, how we can partner with technology this year. That's something that we're very big on. To enhance our creativity. And as I said, safe spaces for collaboration and innovation. And then theater and screen, playwrights, giving them a platform for their work to be seen. We do a lot. As I said, we run a national competition. So we have a library of over 1,000 plays that have not been produced. So playwrights, we give them an opportunity for their work to be seen by new audiences and performers. So what we do is we really enhance the whole ecosystem of the creative industry. That's what we do in terms of performance. And then for screen, we really promote adaptation. So from stage to screen, from fiction to screen, we have so much material in plays. We have a lot of material in fiction. So there's a lot of Nigeria storytelling that can be adapted. So we really push that at the festival, where we have discussions for filmmakers to have conversations with playwrights and with writers to see the possibilities of synergy if their work appeals to you and if it's something that you'll be willing to option and produce. There's a lot of resource in that, and I would really like to urge people to take advantage of that. And then we have something called the Story Room, where we get writers from different countries together. This year, we're going to be working with Botswana, where we're having filmmakers from Botswana who are going to be in a room with filmmakers from Nigeria, and we craft stories and find the synergy between their culture and our culture, and we create to co-produce. So that's something we're doing this year. Thank you. And then the creative spectrum, as I said, sorry, we're still talking on that. Thank you. Yeah, so we have our music showcases. That's going to be much bigger this year. We have a virtual art, we have visual arts exhibitions, as I said, and the SME market is extremely important for creative businesses who are just starting out. So, as I said, development is extremely important to us. That's why we do what we do. And then social impact storytelling is very important. And I'm sure all of you can agree that the soft power of storytelling cannot be ignored. We have a lot of issues in Nigeria, and two things I'm picking on at the moment is sexual gender-based violence, and it just happens that our festival falls within 16 days of activism, so we honor that by having a segment for storytelling on gender-based violence. And addiction is a big problem in Nigeria that is not being addressed, so we are highlighting storytelling on addiction, where we get policymakers, industry leaders into the room, performers, to see how we can come up with storytelling that we can put back to communities. And as I always say, storytelling will go further than any policy paper in front of you. So we're very we're very we're very passionate about this aspect of the festival for impact storytelling, where we use the power of storytelling to highlight societal issues. And finally, we're going to be having pitch sessions for creative businesses. We collaborated with the Creative Catalyst Fund last year, and we're going to be working with them again this year, where they're going to be pitch sessions for creative businesses. And what we do is we create this avenue for you to meet with funders and mentors for your businesses. And if you're serious about your business and you've done all your back work, you could just be working away with an opportunity for your business. So as I said, it's all about nurturing and enhancing. Thank you. Next slide, please. So these are just a touch of our past festival events. As I said, it's a 3-day event, a 3-day festival. So we have like workshops and plays and film screenings and concerts. It has a really nice vibe, if I say. So it's one of those festivals where you want to come, you hang out, you learn, you build, and you connect and you collaborate. Next slide, please. And these are some of our past sponsors, and we're hoping that we're going to have even more sponsors this year. So that's it for us, really. Next slide. And so save the dates. Our theme this year is Connected Voices. As I said, is about nurturing, is about community, and we want to connect our voices through storytelling. And we're just telling you to join us at the Beta Arts Festival. Our hub is the Abuja Continental Hotel. And then we're just saying we're a launch pad for Africa creativity. So come join us 4th to the 7th of December in the city of Abuja. Thank you very much. And we have a video, just highlight videos of Beta Arts Festival. Can you show the video now, please? Thank you. It's not showing.
Hi everyone, my name is Joshua Alabi and I'm here at the Beta Arts Festival in Abuja. Being here, I saw two of my films being screened alongside several other films from several countries. And I must say it's a great opportunity that the festival is giving to young producers, young directors, young writers to showcase your work. It's a beautiful platform to get feedback, to get your work seen by many, many different people. And it's a place for opportunities as well.
Hi, I'm Gloria Soluko and I wrote the play Who Knows Amanda. It was staged here at Beta Festival 2024 for 2 days and I'm glad that happened because I enjoyed the performance and every other performance that took place here.
Hi everyone, my name's Azim Moulan, director of the film Rôdes Aiguilles d'un Piquant from Mauritius.
Greetings, Wale Maina, all the way from the city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Wakamba Forever, director and writer. Buff, enjoy yourselves and make sure you use art and be inspired to communicate our roots and our stories to the rest of the world. God bless.
Very much.
Congrats, man. I'm so proud of you. You're doing good. You're doing good. Can we please give her another hand of applause, please? Also, do you have any questions for her quickly? Anything you want to say to her or ask her before we jump to the next session? Any questions? You can ask anything. Upcomers. Well done, yes. You can tell her well done if you don't have any question. Okay. All right. So the next one she said is going to be in December, yes? The date is? 4th to the 7th. The 4th? Yeah. The 4th. Okay. So please start preparing, to be there. Okay?
Hopefully see you all in Abuja.
Thank you. We'll be there. If we'll find airpiece to bring us. Thank you so much, Bikia, for that. So we'll jump to the next session. We're actually really, really running behind schedule. So we'll go straight to the next program. And it says white trans perfect. I think they're just really into localization of international distribution and of content for international distribution and monetization. I think I like this. So you guys, I needed to go and get this name before I mother it. So it's Jacques Van Hallebeck. I got that. Can we please welcome as it comes forward, please? He's the business development manager for Africa. And then can we have Cloud Wamba? He's general manager for Nigeria Trans Perfect Media. Please come forward and give them a hand of applause. So they'll be talking to us about localization and how to get our content, making us money, probably in other languages. Is that possible? Yeah. All right, then. Can we please welcome them as they give us their insights? Thank you.
Hi there, good morning. My name is Claude Mwamba, General Manager, Transperfect Media, Nigeria. So basically, generally when we speak a lot with producers. I called a couple of them last week, and I say, my name is Claude, I work for this organization. And then they will say, you do translation. I say, no, it's not translation. And then they'll say, you do subtitles. I say, yes, maybe, but not of. So there is really a need for people to understand the extent of localization and, more importantly, the business side of it, because there is a business side of localization. Please, can we have the slides, please? Yeah, next slide, please. So the value of localization, what is it? Next, please. Now, the global localization market is very, very substantial. It's massive. We are talking about $70 billion. That's this year. And then to grow to $90 billion by 2090. And where we are in terms of film is even bigger, and we're going to see that in the next slide. Next slide, please. Now, so the business value of it is significant, especially for filmmakers, distributors, and audiences, people who are in this audience. According to a McKinsey survey done in 2021, 75% of the non-English native speakers prefer to watch content in their native language. I am originally from Congo, DRC, and I remember watching a lot of movies in French. And so we thought that those movies were actually done in French. That was the language, when we were growing up, not knowing that the movies were actually dubbed from English to French. We enjoyed a movie like Pretty Woman, so and we thought that it was really a French movie. And I remember coming to America. We called it at that time Empress and New York, a prince in New York. So we believe that that movie was actually done in French, not knowing that it came from English into French. Next, please. So, and according to WHO, 5% of the world population, which corresponds to 430 million people, have issues with hearing. So when a movie is being played, they can't hear what is being said. So there's no way that your content will get any meaning into their head if they can't hear what is being said. So that's a huge chunk of people there who cannot understand what you are saying, who cannot get your message because they cannot hear you. Next, please. So, what's localization? Localization is the mechanism that helps to reach wider audiences of different dialects and languages through translation, dubbing, subtitling, voiceover, or closed captioning of videos. So it's not just about translation. I'll give you an example. If you say a word in Pidgin, how far? So how far, to anyone who is not familiar with Nigeria, they're talking about distance. How far? Where is it far? Meanwhile, that's not meaning. It means, how are you? And so if I say how far and I go into French, it's like tu es où? Meanwhile, that's not the meaning. It is comment tu vas? Now, so that's one problem. The other problem is how far is just how far, 2 syllables, yeah? How far. Now, in French, I would say comment vas-tu? That's 4. So if I'm going from English Pidgin to French, you can't lip sync. So you say, how far, I say, comment ça va, it will be too much. So I need to look for the expression that can match that. So I will say, ça va, so you say, how far, ça va, so you see that it matches. So it's not just about translation, so we also have to like adapt it. You know, you translate, you adapt, and then you look for the right word. You know, that because you can say, ça va, comment tu vas, 3. So it doesn't work. So you have to use ça va, and ça va will work with how far. So you have that, and then you confirm it, and then you look for the right word that will lip sync what you are saying. So it's much more than translation. Next slide, please. Next, please. So we're going to see a video, which we did from English, and then we went into French. Please play it.
That's fine. It's about the substance. You understand? That was a long run, son.
Are you all right?
Where's Nikia?
Oh, well.
Oh, my word. I'm sorry, we had her for lunch.
Yes, dear, we were starving.
No. What have you done? What did you do?
Hey, what took you so long?
You're here.
I've been cooking in the kitchen. Where else would I be?
Your fiancé is quite a chef.
You've been cooking.
Don't worry, son. She made a safe version for you.
Vegetarian.
Tu comprends?
Ce jogging était lent, hein, mon fils. Ça va?
Où est Nikia?
Oh,
Oh, mince. Oh, je suis désolé, on l'a mangé à midi.
that's fine. It's about the substance. You understand? That was a long run, son.
I think you can stop.
Are you all right?
Where's Nikia?
You are looping it here.
Oh,
You can stop it. You can
Oh,
stop.
my word.
So you saw there. So that was thank you, Trino, for giving us that excerpt of your movie, a beautiful one. So the success, the script is what? It's about to deliver the same content to an audience speaking a different language without losing the original essence and meaning and the creative intent. I'll give you another example. Now, when you're going from English to French, basically the same text will take probably 15 to 20% will be longer than the English text. So that's already a problem. So you cannot take a text that will last 5 minutes and then you have it like that in French. So you will need another 15 to 20% of that in French. So what you're going to do now, so you have to do what? You have to reduce, to adapt it, look for the expressions that will match what you had in English, and then ensure that the lip sync, is there, so that it doesn't look like, people are saying something and then what you are saying is something else. So it takes a lot of work to be able to go from one language and to go into another one. Next, please. So, what is driving localization? What is it behind it? Is access to increase visibility and viewership. I would say I was having lunch with my friend Celestine of Arewa TV and studio. So they have this body of work, massive body of work in Hausa. Now, if you've been to Kano and Dakar, there's not much difference. I mean, the people, the culture, even the way the two cities are, they look alike. So you can get that content and take it into Senegal. Now you need to have it in French. So imagine. So that's for me. It's like low-hanging fruit. Before thinking of going into Europe and Latin America, you have that. So you can have all that body of work, which you can have in French. That's one. You can have it in Wolof. That's two. But remember, there's also Bambara. In the neighborhood there, you have Mali. It's the same culture, the same people, the same lifestyle. So you can have it Bambara. It's the same thing. You can take it to Guinea, Conakry. So these are low-hanging fruit. So your content can actually, just in Africa here, remember, there's no longer anything like a Nigerian story. There's nothing like a Kenyan story. What you have a good story. You remember Pretty Woman. Pretty Woman was a beautiful story in the 90s. So we have a lot of Pretty Woman stories here in Africa. There's this story of a young lady who got married. And then at the altar, she started crying. She was bitterly crying. And then why was she crying? How did she come to life? Her mom was a mentally deranged woman that was abused sexually, and that she got pregnant and had a child. But because she was not, very, very okay, some nuns took the baby away. And then a few days after, the woman died. So no mother, no father, nobody. And then she grew up to become someone. And then one rich guy said that, I'm going to marry you. He knew about the story, but he married her. So when she looked back in the congregation, there was nobody that she knew she could call a family. The only person that was a family there was that husband. But that's the Pretty Woman story. So that story can be told in every language, in every culture. What you need is just to localize it. A story that was done shows that without transcription and closed captioning, videos can increase by over 40%. Next, please. So what are the benefits of localization? Number one is new revenue streams. We have about 200 million Swahili speakers in Africa, the entire East Africa, from Eastern Congo, Kenya, Tanzania, and all of that. They all speak Swahili. So imagine all our stories, going to that part of the world. So you really have your stories traveling within Africa alone. You can go to South Africa, have it in Zulu. Then remember, basically half of Africa speaks French. So all our stories can be in French for the Francophone community. Now, the entire Latin America speaks Spanish, except Brazil, of course. So you can see you have that huge market. And then Brazil, that's over 200 million people. And then the largest Yoruba community, apart from Nigeria, is in Brazil. So there's a lot of cultural proximity. So if you do any movie here, Jago Jago, that was done in Yoruba, will resonate very well with people in Brazil. And then it was done in our studios here in Lagos, by the way. So you can enjoy your movies. So you just have a good movie. Next, please. So that will increase your revenue. Next one is increase brand awareness. As a producer, you want to be known. So if you've done your movie, for instance, today in Nigeria, and then it was dubbed in Spanish, it means people in Spanish-speaking territories in Spain and the entire Latin America will know you. So imagine if they are looking for collaborations. What are they going to look for? They're going to look for you because they know. So your brand, will grow in awareness. We have someone like Kunla Florian, for instance. I mean, he was brand ambassador of Air France because his movies have a lot of visibility in the Francophone world. Next. Of course, you have that. I did mention that we have a lot of possibilities of co-production with people from different parts of the world because these people have seen your movies in their own culture, in their own language, and they've enjoyed it. So your name, when they're looking for people, your name will come up, immediately because they've seen your work. Okay, so next. Next, please. Now, how do you go about it? It's not just about, okay, so I have my movie, so let's put it into French or Spanish. You need to understand where you want to go. You want to go into the Francophone market. How much of it do you know? Do you know anybody there that you can partner with to collaborate? Do you understand how people consume content? What are the media that are available in that part of the world? What do you know? You want to go into Swahili, for instance. Have you been to Kenya? Do you have anybody in Tanzania, for instance? Do you understand how they consume? What time do they watch TV or go to cinema? So you need to understand that. If you don't understand that, then you have a problem. And of course, you need to have a strategy to do all of that. You can't just wake up in the morning, okay, my movie is ready. No, let me dub it. No, you need to sit down. I got a call I was in Kano sometime last year and met a few people. One of them called me a month ago that they are looking at dubbing their content, but they want to approach investors. So they want to put a budget and have a plan on how to have their movies in Hausa, in Arabic, and in French. So you see, they have a plan. So you need to have a strategy that the approaches that will resonate with local audiences. So how are we going to approach it? Where are you going to have it? Do you know any distributors? We have people like Anita here who can help you. So you have that network and that strategy that will help you. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. So they are here, so you talk to them and then they can help you. So you have a plan, and then so that you know how to have your movie that will resonate culturally, and your creative intent will not be lost in what you are going to do. So I think that's for it. So if you want to know how to do that, talk to us, and that's where I want to invite my colleague Jacques to come and tell you about our company, Transperfect Media. I will leave you with one word. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Thank you. That was Abraham Lincoln.
Thank you, Claude. So Claude is the head of our studios here in Lagos. So you understood, localization is not only translation, it's about creativity and also technical skills, obviously. Next slide, please. I think there is a little video to present our offices in Africa. Can you launch it? The video, please, next slide. Thank you. No, the next slide. Okay. So, yeah, it's very important for me to start by showing what we do in Africa. We are local, so we have studios here in Lagos. You've seen Nairobi, Kenya, Morocco, and Cape Town. So it's quite important because it's about understanding the local culture, the needs, but also adapt to the means. So talking about cost, it's always very important. To get where you want to go. So it's a blend. Transperfect Media is a blend of what the international company can bring. It's a huge group. It's a $1.2 billion company coming from the translation world. So we have a big IT system. We do a lot of things in the cloud. So you benefit here in Africa from all that infrastructure. But locally, where the creative part of the job is done, we have to be here, and we're going to open some new offices in the future. I have here Malcolm coming from Kenya. He will host the masterclass this afternoon about the technical requirements that you need to fulfill to be on the platforms. So it's really a blend of being global and local. Next slide, please. You can go to next. So it shows you all these places where we are in the world. So it's really international. We have recording studios in more than 100 countries. So yeah, next slide. So basically the services that we do provide globally and here in Africa are listed here. So Claude has very well spoken about dubbing, voiceover, obviously subtitling also is a key element for getting your movies across boundaries. Accessibility is something that will come at some point. In Europe, now there is a mandate to allow your films to make people who cannot hear well, who cannot see well, to benefit and enjoy your stories. So it's really something important. And post-production, this is something we do in Europe, and we are starting now in Africa. Again, the masterclass this afternoon, I invite you to participate if you are not already registered. It's at 4 o'clock. It's not only about checking the videos and the sound of the movies before they can go on platforms, but it's about also helping at increase the quality of the sound. Mainly the sound is very often an issue. So that's why yesterday Ijeoma mentioned that we are hosting a training in France in October about sound. We did one last year with the French embassy in Lagos. And we have discussion now with some producers to help them to do the sound from A to Z, from sound on location up to the final mix. So that's something that I really want to develop in Africa, to really meet the highest standards in terms of sounds. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit of a technical slide, but it's important when you look at how Africa is big, not to say huge. It enables the actors to record from home. So you don't have to go to the studio here in Ikeja. Even here in Lagos, if you live on the islands, you have to go every day at Ikeja to record. It's a problem. So if you have a nice set at home, you can just quietly do it from home, and you have all the technical elements and guidance to do it with the same quality as if you were in the studio. So this is what I was mentioning at the beginning about the global infrastructure, the IT system that the company is able to provide, and make it local to help the local business development and, again, artistic development of what we want to do and support. Next slide. Just people that we've seen here yesterday, today again, that we are working with. So, I mean, the platforms a bit less now because they decided to divest a little bit from Africa. Hopefully, they're going to come back. We do a huge work with Showmax, number one platform that we are working with in Africa at the moment. We get an award, a worldwide award, the Hermes Award for the dubbing of one of their series in Swahili. So we film one for many years, Trino, Inglot. The BBC is important. We do a lot of work for the BBC here in Lagos. So we dub in Hausa, the Eye Investigation Africa documentaries that they do produce, named SIA, Blue Picture, CAV, to name a few, and also a blend of international customers that we have. Next slide, please. There is no next slide. So I'm happy to have been quick because I knew my colleague would take most of my time. So I think we did not delay too much for the next presentation. So it's a pleasure to be here. And again, thank you to Ijeoma to have invited us. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, are you still around if they have questions? Yeah, sure. All right, then. All right. So pictures, can we please welcome them? Give them another hands of applause. So we're going to really move like a fast train now because we're way behind schedule. Next session is Film Lab Africa. This is a model acceleration program for the film and TV industry in Africa. The speaker here is Harry Kaisiana. He's the country Program Manager, Arts and Culture, British Council. Harry, can you please come forward for your session? Encourage him, please. Thank you. Thank you. I think Harry has just about 15 minutes. Yeah, just 15 minutes. So it's like chop from this side because we'll need to get things moving. All right?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I have a video. Play. Such a pleasure to be here today. Hi, Tolu. Nice to see you. Hi, Gbenga. There's a video. It's 2 minutes. While we wait for that, I just want to also appreciate Ijeoma Honor of NIFS. This is the third year I'm attending the summit. And each year I come, I always learn something new about the film and TV space. Video first. Yes. Okay. It's just a quick question. How many persons here know what the British Council does? Sure, the British Council, the British Council. Except two guys that I'm seeing here. Yeah. IELTS. That's one. In which ways do we support creatives? Yeah, apart from that, Sulu. Training opportunities. Okay. Okay. Yeah. A couple of that. So the British Council has been in Nigeria for the past 80 years, and we do what most of you have already spoken about. We have various programs from education to arts and culture, where we support the growth of the creative and cultural industries. Still waiting for the video. Or is it easier to start with the presentation? Yeah, they can always bring the video in between. Can we start with the presentation, please? Yeah, I need it. So I want to be specific. All right. Happy to begin. So it's a pleasure to be here today to speak to you about the British Council program. My name is Harry Kesiena. I'm the head of arts and culture at the British Council Nigeria, where my team supports the creative and cultural industries here in Nigeria. And we'll be sharing about FilmLab Africa with you guys today, which is the British Council's development program for the film and TV sector in Nigeria. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, thank you. Just a little about FilmLab. Now, FilmLab Africa is that British Council's program that supports the growth of the African film and TV industry. And FilmLab has 4 pillars that support its growth. The first pillar is the capacity building phase, which supports training and mentorship for filmmakers. The second pillar is off the back of the first pillar, which is where we provide funding and technical support from projects from the first component. While the third pillar is the showcasing and international exposure, which feeds off the first and the second pillar, where every output that was produced in the second pillar is now showcased via local premieres, international festivals, and also pitch session. While the fourth is the policy and ecosystem support, which is how the British Council, with the federal government, now see how they can create a much more enabling environment for the film and TV sector in Nigeria. Next slide, please. Now, the British Council operates out of 19 countries in Africa. And in each of those countries, we have our major art forms, and we also have our minor art forms. In 5 of those countries, we are launching this program in film and TV, but we have kickstarted in Nigeria and Senegal first. And in these 2 countries, we are now at the second iteration of the FilmLab Africa program. In Nigeria, we started in 2024, where we supported filmmakers by giving them grants and also showcasing what they have produced. While in Senegal, we also supported filmmakers as well. As we go further into the other slides, you would see the much more peculiar details on how the British Council supports filmmakers across this country. In the next 2 years, we would expand the program from Ghana to Kenya and also to South Africa. Next slide, please. Yeah, the journey of FilmLab actually started in 2019. And it started with the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, delivered by Biola Alabi Media, where we supported 12 emerging talents in film and TV by building their capacity in film. And we have now seen FilmLab take a new shape as we'll relaunch it in 2023 through 2024. And in the next couple of slides, we would also see how this program in 2023 has now shaped the direction of the program and the sector. Next slide, please. All right. Now, starting from Nigeria, the British Council's approach in supporting the ecosystem usually takes a 3-year approach. What that means for us is every 3 years, we look at a major and we look at a minor. For Nigeria, the major is film and TV, which means for 3 years, we'll have 3 cohorts of supporting talent in that particular art forms. And we also have a minor for us, which is music, where we also support, emerging music artists as well. And this 3-year acceleration program that we launched in Nigeria, the first year's focus was on short films. The second year focus is in TV and content, while the third year focus would be on market systems and scale. The next slide, we would now see how we start with the first year. Can we play the video now? Is it possible to play the video now, Tech? Is it possible to play the video now? Can you play the video now, man? There's no sound.
Was like amazing, like it was surreal.
Being a part of this cohort has really made me feel like I have what it takes, especially being selected.
I'm forever grateful that I got selected.
I don't know what they were looking for, but I'm grateful that they picked me.
I feel privileged to be selected.
My pitch session was nerve-wracking.
I was quite nervous because that was my first time pitching on that kind of scale.
I love pitching. I think pitch
being selected as a cohort member for Film Lab Africa was like amazing, like it was surreal.
Being a part of this cohort has really made me feel like I have what it takes, especially being selected.
I'm forever grateful that I got selected.
I don't know what they were looking for, but I'm grateful that they picked me.
I feel privileged to be selected.
My pitch session was nerve-wracking.
I was quite nervous because that was my first time pitching on that kind of scale.
I love pitching. I think pitching is a way to prove concept that, okay, what I think I know, I actually know.
It was tough. They asked me all questions from one manner, but because I had done the work, I was very interested in the story. I wanted to also sell this. I believed in it, and so it was easy for me to answer the questions and pitch.
The pitch section took me back to my final year in school. It was like defending my final year project. When the day came and I was called that I was one of the grant winners, I was like, yes!
I am part of the 10 who was selected for the short film. Come on now.
The facilitator corrected every bit of our proposal and gave us a better understanding of how to put the proposal together. It was really great, actually.
I feel like I'm in a master, like Harvard class right now, and I've done that for like 8 weeks in my bedroom in Nigeria.
Kind of had really, really amazing people who came in and really opened our eyes to possibilities of what we can do.
The impact of this accelerator is almost immediate. For instance, I would have approached the music clearance for my short film differently.
I can categorically say that I'm not the same person I was prior to Film Lab Africa.
This whole learning has set me on the path where I can now strike deals with distribution companies, streaming platforms, festivals. For me, that's the paradigm shift I've had from this program.
Can you take us back to the presentation, please? Okay. Now you just watched a video of the testimonial of a filmmaker that went through phase 1 of Film Lab. And to properly break down what phase 1 did, the objective of the British Council is to support these emerging filmmakers with the right business of film training over the course of 12 weeks. And post the training, the filmmakers had to pitch for grants to enable them produce short films. And after they have produced the short films, the British Council now started the cycle of showcase, which gave them the opportunity to take their short films through various film festivals, through various private and public screenings, and also through various investor sessions. And what we would see is that the phase 1 supported 60 filmmakers to be trained, and 20 grants were awarded, 10 to short films and 10 to microfilms. And there were various other channels that were used to engage the wider sector through Film Club, Creative Hustles, and other closed-door sessions for phase 1. Now we are moving into phase 2. The next slide, please. So this slide shows the various places where the Film Lab participants for phase 1 screened their film. There are film clubs in Abuja. It also showed last year at NIFS, Lagos Fringe, Twa Film Festival, Afrif, the annual, all of these platforms, about 18 platforms, are the various places where the film screened last year and early this year. Next slide, please. And something to also note is that the phase 1 participants for Film Lab had gone further to have their short films being distributed on various platforms like Video Elephant, WAP TV, African Movie Channel in the UK, and also some other distribution platforms as well. Next slide so that we can talk about phase 2 of the program. So we have 6 minutes. Now, the British Council Film Lab Africa program is typically delivered by experts in the field, sector professionals. So the model for us is when we're about to launch this call for the program to begin, we'll engage partners that is based in Nigeria and the UK to deliver the program on behalf of the British Council. And typically, this partner they have the expertise, they have the capacity, and they have the experience for delivering the program in Nigeria and also in the UK. And what we would see is when we launch the call for partners on the 2nd of July 2025, we got over 180 partners applied to deliver the program for Film Lab. Now, the scope of Film Lab 2 is looking at storytelling, improved storytelling for the ecosystem in Nigeria and also in the UK. And our objective is very simple. How can we support filmmakers to have commercially viable stories that meet current industry demands and that can translate to money? So we are looking at this phase 2 in 2 components. The first component looks at a component for scriptwriters and screenwriters, which means that the first entrance of phase 2 would be a story lab, where a call will go out and 30 scriptwriters and screenwriters will be shortlisted to be a part of the program. Out of the 30 scriptwriters and screenwriters, 15 of them will get grants, which means they would come into the program with scripts ready to be refined by the program. And at the end of that process, we'll have 15 scriptwriters and screenwriters that is ready to go into the production phase. While that first component focuses on the writers, we are now going to launch the second component that focuses on producers and directors. As we did in phase 1, this second component would also focus on 60 producers and directors. Now, these 60 producers and directors would work with most of the scripts that was delivered in the first component. And the British Council at that time would now support the episodic pilot production from a selected group of filmmakers. Post the training and capacity building for the filmmakers, we would now start industry showcasing, which might be maybe NIFS next year, maybe African Film Festival, maybe Afrif, whichever platform the partners decide to utilize for the program. The program for phase 2 also consider other cross-sectoral advocacy. How can we use film to tell better stories about Africa? How can we push much more gender-focused stories? How can we have more female representation? How can we also tell much more climate-focused stories? So all of these components will be embedded into phase 2 that is starting shortly. Next slide, please. Now, next year, because I said earlier, next slide. Because I said earlier that we take a 3-year approach in developing our programs, the 3rd year for Film Lab now looks at market systems and scale. What that means is we have supported filmmakers that are entering. We have supported filmmakers that are emerging. We now want to look at how we can support the ecosystem through a market systems and scale approach in the 3rd year. And that matters to us because Nigeria has volume, right? But we have very weak market systems. So phase 3 will come in to bridge most of these gaps. By one, we are looking at a high-capacity producer class. We're also looking at a distribution and sales lab. The phase 3 of the program will support co-production deals and finance ecosystem. Because we have MOU and working relationship with governments, both in Nigeria and the UK, we can now see how we can support policy and incentives to make sure that there's a lot of infrastructure development in the Nigerian film and TV space. And finally, we'll now have the advanced show running and writers' room culture for phase 3 of the program. Next slide. I think that is it. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So I have 2 minutes for questions.
I was waiting for thank you. I can't believe this.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so thank you, Harry. Have the mic. So, we don't really have to have questions, but we can get questions. Are you still around, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
For 30 minutes.
Tell me no more. Yeah, he's still around in case you want to find out how to participate. But if you have any questions for him right now, we can take those with it.
Yes.
So you said that your phase is for 3 years, right?
Yes, for 3 years.
You said that your phase 3 would happen in 2026.
2026 or 2027.
Okay.
There's a little.
Anyone else?
2 actually.
Well, just one more, guys. Just one more, please.
What's the timeline for applications for this?
Second phase will start 2nd of September and to end 17th of September. 2 weeks.
Yeah,
all right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Harry. Thank you. Okay, so we'll jump to the next session with Otera. So Otera, we'll be talking about broadcast to fast channels. So basically, fast channels are free ad-supported streaming platforms. I think Otera has worked with a lot of broadcasters to, create fast channels for them. So if you know what fast channels are more like your traditional linear, but I think they're a bit different. They're fast. That means they can be on your phone and things like that. But I would call Stephen Rifkin, he's the COO of Otera, to tell us more about fast channels and how we can, get more of this in Nigeria and Africa. Oh, there's something they have here. I've seen. Oh, okay. What's that? What's that? He's a mascot. Oh my goodness. Oh, please come forward. Let's see that. Camera guys. Yeah. So if you take a seat here, and then you'll be talking to us about Otera and the fast channels. Can we please do the needful? Thank you, guys. All right, fantastic. You want to use that one?
Okay. Test. I speak a little louder than I think everybody here. So if it's too loud, please adjust the mic. But we'll get the slides up. And just to piggyback off that, so fast channels. Let's just discuss that really quickly while we wait for the slides to come up. But FAST is a business model. Free advertising supported streaming television. FAST. Fast channels is a way of delivering that type of free advertising supported television into devices that are connected to the internet. So just keep that in mind as we discuss the difference of fast versus fast channels. OTT applications, YouTube on the web, those are technically fast, right? But fast channels are a little bit different from that. So just kind of centering, moving around. But so we're going to talk about that today and how fast channels are reshaping the broadcast landscape and distribution. But before that, I'll introduce myself. My name is Steve Rifkin. I am the operations officer of Otera. I am one of the co-founders and been with the business for the last 8 years. We have rapidly grown out of the US into a global business with offices in Los Angeles, where my core team is. Both myself, our CEO, Stephen Hodge, who's here, will be giving the keynote. Arthur Cooper, our growth officer, is also here today. We have an office in Sao Paulo, Brazil, with about 10 team members there. We have an office in Johannesburg, South Africa, with another 7 or 8 team members there. But I do want to say that we have several team members that are in Nigeria who have come to the conference today, as well as Okoto, who is in Ghana. So they'll be wearing red hats. They may have Stevie the Otter on their shoulder as well. So from that perspective, please introduce yourselves. I know, see, I'm Steve, and my CEO is Steven. So it was just a natural progression to name the mascot after me, right? Come on now. I'm seeing myself, and we're going to wait for the slides for one more time. If we can get the slides up, and we'll begin. We can move on to the second slide. Thank you. Next slide. So a little bit about us. I don't want to make too much of a pitch here because I want to talk about the market and really what matters. But just to give you a sense of who we are and why we matter, we have tremendous amount of reach. We started in the OTT application space. We have over 700 live applications across any operating system, any platform in the world. If there is an operating system we haven't touched, our goal is to get our customers' content onto that operating system or platform. We've delivered 5,000 fast channels. Some of them we would call simulive, simulated live, where we could schedule VOD content with ads inserted into that and send that out to platforms across the world. Other ones are directly from broadcast channels. We're converting that broadcast signal from either an IP-based signal or satellite signal into an HLS or MPEG- streaming channel with ad insertion involved there. And that, I would say, is one of the biggest differences in why it matters for broadcasters, because those ads are a lot more different than what you see in traditional broadcast, where you schedule the ad insertion to play. You and me can be watching the same TV show in a different home or in the same home, but because I like puppies and you like babies, we're going to see a different ad. And that becomes tremendously powerful when you're talking about that return on investment for the advertiser. They want to know who they're targeting. And when they can't do that in traditional broadcast, it makes this new style of delivery much more attractive. Otera is a certified partner. We've worked very hard for that moniker. We are trusted by many of the leading global streaming platforms around the world, as well as the consumer electronic manufacturers, and that'll be a big point of conversation today. Hisense Vita is their operating system on Hisense TVs, happens to be one of the most dominant TVs here in Nigeria. Google TV, Samsung, Roku, TCL, and there's many, many more that we're certified to deliver to. So that's, again, why Otera matters in this space, because we've been taking customers for the last 10 plus years into these OTT platforms. We have flexible business models as well, depending on how you're looking to monetize your content. We support AVOD, SVOD, TVOD, pay-per-view, and we also do live mixing and matching, where we can switch into live and then fall back to some type of scheduled or some type of bumper content that you can bring into your fast channel. We have, at this point, the best-in-class solutions for OTT as well as for fast, and why customers continue to come to us to help solve their problems. We don't look at everybody as a one-size-fits-all solution. So we're a little bit different from a lot of other products that might be on market. We're looking to help our customer, our content owner or rights holder, solve their problem. And some of them, I will say, are tremendously unique. Integrated management. So our one CMS, we allow you to bring all of your VOD into this platform, set different rights for different business models globally. You can have AVOD in, let's say, Brazil, and continue to function with the same VOD here in Nigeria as a subscription service. And then the last thing is we have full service capabilities. As we started to do this for ourselves, starting back in 2011, we noticed that we needed many more things to help us. And so we started building additional tools. Not only the ability to create, but the ability to distribute via Otera's StreamBridge product, as well as monetize via Otera's ad platform called AdNet Plus. So that's a bit about us. And before I go to the next slide, I do want to mention that the way that we see the market is a little bit different. I know that most things are driven mobile first, very mobile strategy, mobile strategic here, but we are normally pre-installed on platforms with our applications. So when the TV ships, I'm already on it. So it's a really powerful thing if you think about some of that, and it also skews some of the data that I'm about to show you. Because what we realize and what we've seen over time is that people really do enjoy that laid-back, connected television experience. Like to sit on the couch, turn it on, and let it do its thing while they're searching for content, right? Next slide, please. So Stream Insights, I mentioned, is the name of our data product. We try to capture as much data as we can from sessions, from uniques, watch time, territories, all the way down to platforms that people are viewing on and devices. Next slide, please. So I was surprised when I got this slide. If we could scroll up just a bit so we could see at the bottom. Thank you. And this is what we saw when we were looking in the data for Nigeria specifically. Now, this trend continues in Otera's data globally. But what I see, because of my involvement with Afroland TV and some of our other customers here in Nigeria, is that the pre-installs heavily lean the data into television viewing. Again, connected television with targeted ad insertion. And then you can see the rest of the device types next to it. We're still seeing a lot of consumption on web, desktop, handsets, and tablets. Mobile devices, phones, specifically for some of the movie and feature content that we've been streaming, is less predominant in our data. Next slide, please. Here we have the actual operating systems themselves. So HTML5 is another moniker for TV. A lot of televisions have a variant of an HTML5 application type on the TV. And so we extend our HTML5 across different OEMs and manufacturers with different button mappings and things like that for the remotes. So it's a tricky world to get all of them, but we tend to try to get all of them because our customers demand it of us. So we support all televisions. Web is coming in a close, not so close second, I should say. And then followed by the Android TV build, which again is mainly Google TV. But there is a custom Android launcher on many televisions out in the world. Android Mobile, iOS, which is mobile for phones. And then less predominant here in Nigeria because there isn't a full product release, Roku and tvOS follow-up. Next slide, please. And then finally, we'll look at the platforms that we're seeing here and where the actual viewing is happening. We have a very strong lean into the Hisense television space. Their operating system here is either an Android TV or an HTML5 variant, followed by Skyworth. We've got General Android. Again, that's going to be coming in as Google. We have Hisense Legacy, which I was also surprised to see, but that really talks about this market here and saying that people are still watching their older TVs. And so we have legacy devices that we're supporting from 7, 8, almost 10 years ago that still play video performantly, and you're still able to monetize on those devices. So again, very important that we keep that type of penetration into the market. Those devices matter. And if somebody has an older TV, they're going to give it to their brother, they're going to give it to their sister, they're going to give it to their child, and that TV has another shelf life of 5 to 7 years. Next slide, please. Okay, so now let's talk about FAST. I got some surprising things here today because we were noticing some trending across what we consider global trends and what we would consider trends in Nigeria. So let's go to the next slide. So our first graph here shows the growth of the FAST market in size of billions of US dollars from 2020 all the way up to now, this past year in 2024. We are approaching the $9 billion mark in FAST. So again, this is a streaming delivery of a linear channel, a linear program channel. And you can see that that growth is pretty impressive. It continues to build as broadcasters and really advertisers push their budgets and their deliveries over to this new format. So from this sense, as far as a growing market, as a sense of revenue, we have a tremendous amount of growth happening. Next slide. And this is why. The main one, I think, as we all know, the consumer behaviors are just changing, right? Everybody is looking for different types of content. The broadcast television content can no longer serve the entire market. We can really point to some platforms like YouTube that have really shaken this up over the last decades and have now controlled the market. In fact, earlier this year was the first time that streaming television had been taken over. YouTube had more linear streamed hours than broadcast TV. Let's take a moment to think about that for a second, because people watch a lot of broadcast TV. So what we're saying is that most of the consumer behaviors are shifting over to watch mobile devices, to watch connected televisions, to download the apps on those TVs, and watch something that is not traditionally broadcast television. That's a major change. And then the other thing here, of course, is that audiences are becoming much more open to ad-supported television. Tired of paying that bill. And they wanna see new content, but maybe discover it in a new way, and ad-supported television allows them to do that. Same as the second bullet point here, no paywall. So I don't know if people have opened up a Hisense television here in the region, or if you've seen it in any hotel or possibly in another area, but when you turn on a connected TV, TV just starts playing. Maybe I don't even have a cable hookup or satellite hookup in my HDMI 2 or 1 port. Samsung TV Plus, Hisense Vita, LG Channels, TCL, they've all brought on their own virtual MVPD products with no paywall. You just start watching TV. Now, that could be anything from, 20 episodes of Gordon Ramsay cooking show, which I think is really one of the dominant ones that was in the United States when I saw this coming about, all the way to really niche channels about outdoor lifestyles, fashion lifestyles, things that might not be ready for the mass markets, but are certainly interesting enough to drive larger viewership that can be monetized with no paywall. The lower cost of entry, no subscription. And that's one of the things that I think is still lagging here in the Nigerian market, where subscriptions are driving the marketplace. We have scalable reach, where linear programmed content can scale to many, and it's a familiar television experience. We kind of already touched on that, but it's linear TV. It's funny because we call it fast, but it's just going to be called TV. People are going to forget about that moniker in time, and it's just TV. And then we have new revenue streams. We'll talk a little more about this, but rev share is the predominant business model in this market, but there are minimum guarantees that still happen for certain types of content until the business model is proved, is what we've seen, because the upside on the rev share is actually becoming larger than those MGs. Next slide, please. So we'll look at some trends here now in Nigeria. Next slide. I didn't know I'd have to say next slide. I would have gotten rid of the title slides. So here's another graph, right? And this came from a PricewaterhouseCoopers study, just showing the OTT market. And for those of you that are not familiar with the term OTT, it stands for over the top. And so we've got OTT Era as the name of this company. And it really thought about the new era upon us in over the top, being able to go around traditional licensing or traditional broadcast to deliver your content direct to consumer. Nigeria, and I think this is going to be, stay on the slide, please. Nigeria is going to be one of the, these slides are going to be more of what you already know, I think, here. I'm not telling you guys anything about your market. It is one of the fastest growing entertainment and media markets globally. You guys are at a 12.1% compound annual growth rate, which is pretty significant as you look across the world. Nollywood, second largest film industry globally compared to the volume of production, the amount of actual content being produced here. That is a tremendous feat. And then the actual OTT market itself has scaled in the last year. It's planned to go almost double from $65 million US, was reported in 23, to about $110 million in 28. And that's really what this graph is showing here as the growth of the market comes. Now, this is OTT. It's not specific to FAST. But FAST is a part of this model, and it shows what money can be made. The last piece here was just a bullet point that seemed interesting, that subs are going up. Subs are going from 2.6 to 9.4 million in the same time period. Now, one of the really curious things, next slide, please, as I was putting this together is, next slide, please. That one almost looks like that one. And I wasn't thinking about that as I was putting together my thoughts for today's presentation. It's a very strong point to make that the Nigerian market is mimicking the global fast market. The accelerated growth here means that the changes are coming and the time is now. It's not yesterday and it's not tomorrow, it's now. The trends have already started, and we can see more here. Next slide, please. So, I would say the first bullet point that I put in here has been really one of the stories about Otera, the OTT era. First mover advantage. I always like to compare this to brands that I grew up with or I know, and I'm sure that you guys have your own that you could correlate to this, but now is the time to create a new MTV. Now is the time to create a new Nickelodeon. Those came about when the last distribution disruption happened with cable. Who thought that a BET could make it? Who thought that a kids programming channel around Nickelodeon could make it like that? But they did it back then. They did it for a lower cost point, and they slowly drove their audience with quality content. That was the first mover advantage that they had. Today in Africa, FAST is still new, and any early adopter that brings on this business will build up their own content quality, their own confidence with their audience, and of course, the thing that matters the most, the trust with brands. Showing the brands that your content brings in audiences that matter to them is key. Next one is the youth demographics here. Again, something I'm telling you, you guys already know. You have one of the youngest populations in the world. This means that those new digital native audiences will drive this market even faster than anywhere else in the world where, my mom, my dad, they're stuck on watching their broadcast television in the old traditional ways. Even going to cable, I remember, was a bit of a challenge versus over-the-air television. Advertising market evolution. So again, the brands and multinational companies that are here are eager. They're eager to get into the market, but what they need to know is what's here. So you need to be able to measure. You need to be able to target, and you need that audience at scale. Ad solutions like AdNet Plus provide something like that to these brands to be able to show them, here is the type of demographic that we're actually targeting. The country itself has massive scale, homogeneous population speaking very similar languages. That is a leap in bounds above areas like Europe that have fragmentation. You can't get scale like you can here. And the last piece, of course, is the measurement. To show that the ads were watched, to show how they were watched, and to show when they were watched is also another piece of that return on investment that a brand or advertiser is looking for. We've already talked about the traditional advertising and traditional TV advertising. So to provide more targeting, more precision at scale is what matters for the new age of advertising and to bring those brand dollars into your business. Creators and media companies are going to leapfrog the old barriers. It's taking time for broadcasters to catch up. Ultimately, why YouTube starts to win the race is because they're nimble and they're able to adapt. Yes, you can go to the next slide. They're able to adapt, and they can bring those audiences much more fast, pun intended, than the broadcast audiences can keep them. We also know that internet is growing very quickly. I saw this in some of my travels to other countries on the continent, South Africa a little bit there, but really more specifically in Mozambique, where we saw people miles out into the middle of the bush that did not have any other access except they had their mobile phone, and they were probably watching YouTube. But that is happening at a massive pace here as broadband becomes more affordable and more dominant across the country. We've talked a little bit about shifting consumer behavior. We already know that that's one of the big drivers of this. And I'll skip down to content appetite. I want to keep the time moving. But we know that Nollywood at this point has become a massive demand. The demand for Nollywood is massive across the world. I mean, it's happening where I live. I can watch Nollywood content. My Netflix algorithm loves it because I watch one movie and then 4 more show up in my feed. So that's driving out of the country as well as in the country. And then FAST is offering a way to monetize older or larger libraries that you can keep them accessible to everybody else, but still deliver in a linear channel methodology, scheduling VOD content, as I mentioned, with inserted ad breaks. That is not normally done. This is something that is in your hands directly. You can schedule the channel, and you can get the channel delivered to multiple platforms. One channel can go to multiple platforms. And then the last piece here, I just got in some of my research was about the regulatory market happening. The government here is actually emphasizing the digital switchover from analog at this point, so that also represents another opportunity for FAST to be delivered into homes as well as mobile devices. Next slide, please. So I've got a little case study that I wanted to toss up here because I was listening to some of the conversations yesterday, and I thought it'd be important to just show why some of the trends are shifting over. FAST is going to be, and if not is, the current evolution of distribution right now. This is another way to get your content in front of audiences, whether you're doing it as distributed content to somebody else who's building the channel, or whether you're doing it yourself with partners or just by yourself. The time is now, but how will that work here? I understand that the market itself is subscription driven. I understand that minimums or guaranteed money has been the typical business model here. But that's because the advertising markets have not pushed the winds hard enough. So let me show you what we've done with a little experiment that we did in South Africa last year. Next slide, please. I'll let you look at that for a second. Now, I've obfuscated the numbers a little bit just so I don't give you all the secret sauce, but this is about impressions over time. An impression, that is an actual technical term in the advertising business that defines the life cycle of an ad. An ad is requested. I am a male. I am over 40. Still look damn good. And I'm watching sports, right? That was the request in the beginning of the advertising life cycle. Then there's the quartiles that I watch the ad finishes, calls its last moment that says, hey, this was good, and I get an impression, okay? So we've built up this market from almost nothing all the way to a 2.5-2x factor of impressions at a $6 CPM. And just to make sure that is a per 1,000 impressions, you get $6. The effective CPM on this business is going to be around $4.50, $5. And for a given television show that might run an hour, you're going to get about 15 to 20 impressions if it fills with ads. Now, of course, the fill rate might not be 100%. I'm just doing some quick math in my head. But that business scales. And as you have more people watching the content for that business, the money is there. Currently, that market needs to be defined here in Nigeria. More brands will come in because they will see that the audience exists. More production companies will lean in with their rights for older content that they've had that's been successful, as well as newer content that comes in from the theaters and new productions. You'll see that some of this will go immediately to FAST and will perform. And this is what's possible. Next slide, please. And I think this is, I think in true form, I'm waiting, this will be the thank you slide, so we'll wait a couple seconds for it. There it is. There it is, guys. Let's shape the future of Nigerian streaming together. It really is the main point here because this is a new strategy and it's just coming into the country, but you can see the trends. They've been very predominant everywhere else. And if the advertisers and the producers lean into that, it will absolutely blow up here in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Still talking on FAST and OTT. I think the next conversation will be with the CEO, Otera and Ijamona. Can we please have them come forward, please? Thank you.
Hello. All right. Hi, Stephen.
How are you?
Stephen has a Nigerian name, by the way. Who can guess? There's just one person that can answer that question here. No? No? No?
None of you have ever been to my LinkedIn page.
Yeah. So run to
that's
his,
a hint. That's a hint.
The fastest finger to get to his LinkedIn page. You're going to get what now? What?
An Otera hat. A red Otera hat.
Yes. He's going to give you this beautiful Otera face cap that I'm saying. Have you seen it? No.
Keep looking.
It's there. Going.
Go to the page.
Going. This is on the page.
Don't look at the title. Go to the page.
This is so interesting. Oh my God. Going. Oh my goodness. Oh, what's it? What's the name? Oh.
What?
Wait, we're talking about Nigerian name.
It's right there on the page, right next to the name.
Like, it's there. You just showed me.
Bring your phone. Let me show you. Somebody bring their phone.
Was he edited?
It doesn't show it on this phone. That's weird.
It failed.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, it's funny. Okay.
I thought, can you see it on your phone? Come on.
It's on.
It's only the Americans. It's only the Americans.
So
there
must be a different. There must be a different version of LinkedIn for territories.
I think there's a Jolock on LinkedIn.
That's interesting.
Very interesting.
I just learned something myself.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So, so what I'm seeing on the American version of his LinkedIn is Stephen L. Loazichukwu Hodge. Please, can you put your hands together for Chukwudi? Yes. Yeah. So yeah, it's such a pleasure to have Stephen Chukwudi Hodge here right with us in Lagos. Yes, it's an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
It's interesting because I've been trying to get Stephen to come to Lagos for at least 3 years, and finally it was such a huge surprise when he accepted to be here. And is interesting also for me because this is one of the very few black people who are in the space, running one of the biggest technology companies that are building all the streaming services that you're seeing. And there are not many Stevens, and both in the US and of course outside of the US. So it's very interesting to and also inspiring that we can actually have him. And what I remember in Cannes, I think it was it last year that you had so normally when we go to Cannes, MIPCOM is the biggest, the mother of all markets, where you have everybody. I'm going to do a presentation of MIPCOM later today. And Stephen decided to throw a party. So he takes a suite in the Majestic Hotel, which is like, the headquarters of all the social events in in MIPCOM, and then he decided to throw a party for just black people.
Yes. and friends of.
And friends of black people. Yes, somebody here she was in that party. Yes, and a couple of more people, Mo Abudu and some other guys from Nigeria. Yeah, we were all there. And I just want to, start with asking you to tell us how you've been able to navigate being a person of color, the success you've built to be. I mean, you can mention the top 3 tech companies that build streaming services, the Netflixes, the Prime Video, and Otera is not there. So they've been able to establish themselves at, being at the forefront of developing and building OTT services. So it's as a black man, how are you able to navigate the stereotypes that you have seen and the limitations to be able to build, the biggest, to be one of the, biggest tech companies in the connected TV space?
That's a really good question. I can sit here and say that it certainly does not come without challenges. And, first and foremost, I have a strong faith and trust in God to guide me in the decisions that I make in this space. On top of that, I'm a forever student of this particular space, and what's been really helpful in navigating this is understanding and overstanding this industry to the point where I'm not just looking at what is currently existing, but I'm also thinking about and making sure that Otera is building out what will come 5 years from now. And we've been doing that, as Steve mentioned earlier, since 2010. Before I met Steve, we were already doing it. And that in itself keeps us ahead of the game, so that when platforms, the largest platforms that you mentioned, are looking to do the next new thing, we already have a reputation for them knowing, Otera must have been doing that years ago. So they come to us immediately. And at this point, we have customers that are people like LG and TCL and Amazon that are actually customers of our technology. And again, that's due to the fact that we've always maintained a reputation for staying ahead of the curve. And I think that alone helps to overcome a bit of the stereotypes and blockers that can plague a typical black-run company. On top of that, we've built up a very diverse team, right? All colors, all genders are a part of our organization, and that also helps with navigation as well, because I'm not always seen as the face. And I'll say that in itself is a strategy. Otera is not a black company. Otera is a company with a black founder that is run by a black man, but we're just a company. And because of that, we're able to provide true equal opportunity. You see a lot of companies in our space, in my particular space, the content streaming space, and you've talked to a few, a few, so you'll know that for a fact, they don't have a black employee, let alone someone in leadership. Many of them don't even have women. So this is what the industry is plagued with, and we've set up something different from the start just by me being an original founder in this space. I don't look at color. I don't have the stereotypes about color. And I think those things have also led to us having a tremendous amount of growth, because of the fact that we're so open. We've been very early to explore Latin America. We've been very early to explore Africa. And these are things that you don't see the competitors to us really doing. Us having an office in Johannesburg, I mean, I really can't picture our competitors even flying into South Africa. I couldn't picture them flying into Lagos. So that gives us a major leg up. I mean, I just don't see it happening. I challenge them. Please show up to the next year's NIFS. But we'll be here, and I think that us being early, again, we're talking about constantly being 5 years ahead, and here we are right now. And you know, when you and I first started talking years ago, like you said, you've been trying to get me out here for 3 years. I would say, when the time is right, the time is right, I have to be. I have to be very, very strategic. You know, again, I'll also point out we're a bootstrap business, so yes, we generate great revenues, 8 figures annually, but we've been able to achieve that really from the dirt, from the ground up. I'm just a boy from LA. This is my first time in Nigeria, right? This is something that is. I'm gonna touch on that too. You know, I'm a Black American, and Nigeria is the birthplace of the Black American. Every Black American has an abundance of Nigerian DNA in their blood. This is where we were taken from and sold from. And for myself, off topic, you know, but for myself, I don't know of any Black Americans that I've been around who have ever been to Nigeria, let alone Africa. But it's a very significant thing, and you know, as DNA tests have become very, you know, increasingly popular in the United States, every Black American, it's all the same. It's 34%, 40%, 51% Nigerian, and then some Benin, and then some Ghana, you know, but it's always the majority of the DNA ends up being Nigeria. So the thing to, you know, remember is that we are family. We're an extension of you. Some of you in here may even be related to me in some way. I'll never know. But that's the plight of the Black American. We don't know that history. So please, when we come out here, welcome us and understand where we are and where this comes from. And this in itself is a very significant thing for me. So I appreciate you for embracing me and listening to me and allowing for me to explore more. You know, of course, I have team here. We're looking to continue to grow, but this is all very significant. This is all a part of the growth of Otera and how Otera in itself continues to grow throughout this industry globally.
Thank you so much. I think, can we just, you know, it's very inspiring. It's very inspiring, and honestly, hearing him asking, making this, you know, let me call it advocacy to say, listen, we are part of you. We are Black Americans, and but we are just, you know, also somebody here is related. How many percent is your DNA, by the way?
Nigerian?
Yes.
34%.
34%. See? And Igbo. Yeah, and so it's very interesting to listen to that speech, and because I've come to realize that when you are a colored person, I speak to Chantel from the UK, she's also here, and I said, there are things that if we don't do ourselves, nobody will do it for you. Because, like he said, you know, this is the only company, the tech company, if you mention the top 3 companies that are building streaming services, this is one of them. And he has challenged his competitors to come to Africa. And that's a very strong one. And that's because he's speaking from a place of confidence, knowing fully well the investments. Imagine flying 3 people from the same company, Ator and Steve and himself. That shows depth of commitment. It's because they believe in this market. It's because they see opportunity that others may take another 5 years to catch up with. and they are moving ahead of the game, right? And so I just want to say thank you again for even also believing in what we do, because, you know, I believe we just have to support each other. Yes, we have these conversations a lot, and it's important for us to continue to come together as Black people and continue to use our strengths to advance our own trajectory and the positive narratives around what is happening both in Nigeria and, of course, out there, you know, within the Black community. So it's something that we are committed to do. And I really appreciate all the support that we've gotten so far. And you also coming all the way to show and demonstrate to the whole industry that, yes, there's something you guys got here and we are here to support. And that takes me to my next question. What is the future? I remember we had this conversation. I don't know if it was in LA or in France. And you said to me, how many of us even understand what a fast channel is? I need an ISD cohort to please come up stage and tell us what. Please, you guys should not shame me. I beg you. Please. Can someone just come up here? Because they were all listening to Steve, but I knew that nobody understood what Steve was saying.
He was trying too.
Yeah. You tried.
I understood you.
Yes, Faustina, please come. That's the mic. Please. Yes. Go, Faustina.
Thank you, Ma.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. So a fast channel is free ad-supported streaming TV, and the best way I can explain it for us to understand is like YouTube on TV. And what that is when you go to your TV, you see Netflix, you see Prime, you see YouTube, you can also see a channel.
Channels,
right?
you mean?
Channels, yes, several channels. And for now, not for now, but fast channels actually are like linear broadcast TV. So the difference between it and YouTube is rather than search on YouTube for a channel that you want to watch, it's programmed the same way you'd watch traditional TV. There are other models that are coming up that are AVOD, that you can just search just like YouTube. But the key thing there is it's on your device. Like I said, I use TV, connected TVs, but there are other versions. There's Roku that isn't really on the device. There's Chromecast. There are several versions, but the goal there is it's free TV. It's linear programming. Okay. It's linear programming, and then you make money from the ads.
Please, can we? This is absolutely fantastic. So we know we did a program for 3 months.
Yes.
I thought you came. No, you didn't. Yeah, you were supposed to be our special feature guest. Neat. And so we trained 12 of them, right, in international sales and distribution.
Okay.
And this was some of the things that came up in the course of the 3 months of this program. And I was just hoping and praying that I will have somebody from that group, because yesterday they got their certificates presented to them. Yes. And so, yeah, I'm really happy.
She did a great job.
And when you're looking, and listen, the next thing for them, please, is internship. Can you please offer them internships?
Just submit the resumes. But I would say, I'll add to that.
Yes.
She was very correct. You know, the most simple way to think about what a fast channel is, just forget the name fast channel. I mean, it stands for free ad-supported streaming TV. That's the business model, right? What a fast channel is, it's a channel, a linear TV channel like every other channel. The difference is that the advertising can be dynamically inserted, meaning that with a typical broadcast channel, the advertising is scheduled into the channel, meaning that it can't be changed. With a fast channel, the advertising comes in at the time of the ad break. A call gets sent out, and the ad is then filled dynamically. And what that allows for is for...
Sorry, can you take it easy? Dynamically?
Yeah, well, I'll say. So on the fly. So essentially, during an ad break, we can all be watching the same show, but each of us could end up seeing a different advertisement when the ad break happens, right? So very similar to YouTube. When an ad break happens on YouTube, not everybody is seeing the same ad at the same time. The difference here is the ad break for all of us happens at the same time, but we will see different ads populate during that 2-minute or 3-minute ad break. So that's the main technical difference between what you know as a standard broadcast channel and a fast channel.
So, quick question. So many people here in Nigeria, I don't know if you know what has happened recently with Prime Video and Netflix evolving to survive and, kind of pulling out technically.
Yes.
I know you know what's going on within the space. And so there's been a sudden shift into YouTube. Right? And we have a lot, well, not a lot, but we have quite a number of producers whose major source of revenue currently is YouTube. How can they transition, or as a credible alternative, while still maintaining their YouTube channels, how can they actually launch a fast channel with the titles? Some of them have 50 titles and, quite a bunch of stuff. How can they transition into, because what I see with fast channels is it's actually coming to support, or it's coming also as an alternative revenue stream. Because if you have 20 YouTubes, right, that are ad supported and are able to still generate revenue, okay, I think it's a plus. With the same content, you can put the same content on Pluto TV. Correct. You can put the same content on Roku. Mm-hmm. You can put the same content on what the other
Plex.
On Plex. Can we get another mic? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Plex. Hisense TVs, Skyworth TVs, TVs that are powered by Well OS. I mean, there's a lot of different platforms, but to answer your question, there doesn't need to be a transition. The two can coexist.
Exactly, that's the word.
YouTube doesn't need to stop, and one doesn't cannibalize the other.
The other, absolutely.
Right? The people that are consuming across their TV, they're typically not consuming on YouTube. So it opens up a completely new
revenue stream.
Yeah, revenue stream amongst a new demographic of users that are actually more accustomed to the lean back experience of watching on your TV.
And how can Utera support, producers who are already YouTubers and who are already making money? Utera is a big company.
Yeah.
And these are independent producers. How can Utera help?
First off, we certainly can very quickly get them up and running and trained. Where they are and how big they are doesn't matter to us. We have support. We have a team. A few of our members are here right now. They're all wearing red hats. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to any of them. But it's relatively quick and easy. We also have our service that assist in the distribution. So we're able to make the connection.
I wanted to touch also on the distribution. Yeah. The development, right?
Correct.
Someone has a YouTube channel and also wants to launch a fast channel that will go on connected TVs. So what will be the process to develop, to create their own fast channel as a coexisting form of revenue for the YouTube? Because I understand there's a lot happening in YouTube right now.
Yes.
People are not making so much money anymore.
So
this is the right time to have this conversation.
This is the excellent time to have it. And I would say YouTube just by nature of what their business model is, is not going to get any better for content producers. It's going to become more crowded. What you have to remember is that YouTube is just an application. It's one application. And there are hundreds of thousands of creators and then new creators that are emerging that are also putting content on YouTube. So discovery is always going to be an issue. And what FAST, and especially having your own direct platform, add to the equation that's beneficial to producers is that discovery is much easier. There's not hundreds of thousands of FAST channels that exist. You know, when Steve spoke earlier about what we're doing in South Africa, and the top consumer electronics company in South Africa is Hisense. Their TV platform has less than 60 channels. So that's only 60 channels that users need to cycle through in order to have their content discovered, which leads to much higher revenue generation for those producers. And again, some of them have content that also exists on YouTube or exists on Showmax or exists on DSTV and other TV platforms. But as an ancillary, method of revenue, it works for them. And it's a business model that's not going anywhere. It's expanding to other platforms. We started with just Hisense. Now Whale OS has launched their fast channel bouquet in South Africa. Okay. And many of these operating systems, they also exist here. But what they're waiting for is local content and producers and channels to be able to launch those platforms here. So again, just as we launched in South Africa early.
When you say you
now
launched
is
in
the
South
time.
Africa early,
Correct.
what does that mean?
We partnered with Hisense
I
to
see.
help them in their launch
I see.
in South Africa.
I
And
see.
again, we're looking to do the same thing here. So
Okay.
we're looking at this point right now to partner with those manufacturers. Again, the Hisense, the Skyworths, the TV platforms that are powered by
Samsung
Well OS.
TV.
Samsung TV may be a ways away from Nigeria. But when they are ready, we are ready. And they will be ready when the market itself develops for them to be able to come in. There are some platforms, again, Hisense or Samsung, they launched Samsung TV Plus in territories where their device is the most dominant. Samsung TV is the #1 TV brand in the United States. They're the #1 TV brand in Brazil. They're the #1 TV brand in the UK. So that's why they launch in those territories, because they already have the dominance. Here, it's flipped. It's Hisense. So Hisense is the market leader here in Nigeria or in South Africa. So that's the platform to initially launch with in this region. And then over the years, you'll see Roku will become more dominant. You'll see Google TV will become more dominant. But for right now, those are the key platforms that we're looking to launch with. But what's really key is having local content from local producers and broadcasters that are looking to either convert their broadcast channels into fast channel playout or schedule their VOD content into fast channels that can then be delivered to these platforms.
Interesting. So that takes us to the next conversation around distribution. Because if you are a TV channel, you own a TV channel, you're a broadcaster, and you're looking at conversion or launching a fast channel, it doesn't stop your traditional.
Not at all.
It doesn't. So it's just saying that we can, somebody can now watch NTA or AIT in America or in South Africa because they have a Hisense TV. I don't know if you understand this conversation. So if you go on your TV right now, on the TV in your room or in your living room, right? How many of you know that there are fast channels? Some of the contents you pay for on Netflix, on Prime Video exist in those fast channels. How many of you have ever explored fast channels on your TV? It's the same TV that you're using to watch. Sorry, Charles, what did you say? Okay, let's start from there. Yeah. Let's start.
I did not say that.
Please, can we get another mic for Steve, please? Yeah. So how many of How many of us have TVs that we used to watch Netflix, YouTube? Eh? YouTube, Netflix, Prime Video. Okay, good.
Let me clarify that before people cut off my neck. A lot of people have the TVs, but they don't know about those IPTVs in them. And it's for some people too, they just recently discovered that too as well.
Exactly.
I don't know whether it's time for just popping it.
No, just hold on. We
Okay.
are coming to that.
All right.
But what I want you to do, and in fairness, most times when we have these conversations, people do not understand or know that there are channels that have all the content you normally even subscribe for free on your TV. If you go to the app section, you're going to see so many apps there. Some of them are fast channels, and you don't need subscription. And most times they are thematic. What it means is some are movies only, some are sports, news. Yes. So you have a whole bunch of different applications in your TV. I'm not saying that it's going to be there when you get home. It's already there. It's just that you don't know that they exist. Right? So that is something that, that's something to take advantage of. And this is the tech company that actually helps. And just touching on what he said now, because I know there's a lot of education that needs to happen in this. It's not something that Steve can touch on in 20 minutes presentation. I know that it's more than that, because we are at the nursery level.
We understand. We're here for it.
Yes. We are still at the kindergarten level. I've gone to conferences in different parts of the world, and I know this is where we are headed. Okay?
You'll see it, and not only will you see it, you'll see that the applications that you may currently be using already are all going to embrace fast channels. Amazon Prime, as an example, is in the US filled with fast channels. And that's a free tier of Amazon Prime Video. There are many applications, even Google's. If you have a TV that is powered by Android or Google TV, a fast channel application is baked into it.
There's so many of them. I have a lot.
Let me also point out that a fast channel needs to play through an application. So another example would be Afroland TV. So if any of you have Afroland TV on your TVs, or if you download Afroland TV on your mobile phone, Afroland TV is also filled with fast channels on the inside of it. On Roku, but inside of Roku, even on Roku, it plays within an application. So they don't play just by themselves. You have to open up an application called the Roku channel, and then the channels play throughout that. So a fast channel itself, it cannot play without playing through an application of some sort. Just like a broadcast channel has to play through the EPG of a TV, a fast channel has to play through the EPG of an application. But they work together. So that's why it's all still a part of this OTT space.
Yeah. Okay, before I open up for questions, tell us a bit about Afroland TV. Yes. Recently, Afroland TV is actually a streaming service, just like subscription-based, just like...
It's ad-supported.
It's ad-supported, yeah. And Otera recently acquired Afroland TV, and it's interesting for us to also learn and understand what Afroland TV is doing for the Black people in terms of empowering them and giving a lot of creators, producers a platform where their content can be seen, not just where they are, but in the US and globally, I believe.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. So Afroland TV is a service that we acquired a majority interest in October of 2023, and our goal for the service is to turn it into the largest home of Afro diaspora content, and using it as a platform to connect the diaspora. So it's not an African streaming service. It's not a Black American streaming service. It is a global Black culture streaming service. with content from Latin America, which, there are more blacks in Latin America. This was touched on earlier, but there are more black people in Latin America than there are in the United States. And that's something that's not discussed very much. I mean, obviously, there are more black people in Brazil than there are in the United States by itself. But it's a platform that's designed to connect the diaspora. So we've been working steady at acquiring content for it, making sure that it is again continuing to stay ahead of the curve. We have new features that are coming out. In the next couple of months, we'll be launching a social networking platform within Afroland called Kazi Clips, which will allow for producers to further promote their content, their actors, and others that are contributing to their films, a way for them to connect, so kind of like a TikTok service built into the platform. But again, it's very important. We're open to content submissions.
I was going to say that, how do producers here get their content into Afroland TV, and then, because that's also distribution.
Correct.
And how do they get their content monetized on Afroland TV?
So they can reach out to submissions at afroland.tv or afrolandtv.com, I'm sorry. And it's monetized via revenue share. So there's a 50-50 split on the revenue that is generated around their content that plays in both VOD and FAST. It's paid on a quarterly basis, but after the first 3 months, you're getting monthly payments. And again, the application is available worldwide. We can definitely geo-block content, so if content can only be made available in the United States, or if it can only be made available in South Africa, so be it. But we're happy to work with producers. We're happy to give a light to the content, and we're also happy to discuss the actual build-out of a FAST channel within that application that can also be distributed to other platforms globally to help to spread the adoption of content from the region.
Okay, finally, our time is up. What's the future? How do you see, with all that is happening in this space, exits, come in, go out, yes, what is the future of streaming for Africa, for Nigeria?
Yes, great question. So I think that, the future that everyone talks about that's quickly coming is really around AI, and the way that AI allows for content to be created at a fraction of the traditional cost, and really removing the need to work with external producers and financiers to tell unique stories. And I think that, Africa, Nigeria, as an example, has so many stories that are unique, that have never been told on a global stage because they've needed the financial backing to tell the stories in a way that would be visually appealing. That's out the window now. With services like Google VO3 and Sora and others, AI can be used to tell those stories in a very premium way. But also, that the other side of AI is that it allows for anybody to tell any kind of a story visually, which means that for those that are less creative, it's going to put an ocean of crap onto platforms like YouTube and others, which is the reason why there's going to be more of a need to create and also work with and support platforms that are curating content that kind of gatekeep quality. And that's something that also needs to be considered. There's going to be a lot of content which is going to really impact discovery. Another thing that is quickly coming into the future is immersive content. The onset of VR devices and XR devices, essentially headsets that allow for immersive viewing experiences, those are going to become more of the standard. Over the next few years, they're going to replace TVs. They're going to be screens that are put onto your face that are no bigger than glasses. These things already exist. You can look up Ray Neo as an example. RAYNEO XR glasses. They look like regular glasses. These are for sale right now. And over the next few years, as these devices become less and less expensive, they're going to become the standard. I don't know how many are aware of this. Facebook changed its name to Meta. The reason why they changed their name to Meta is because they're betting everything on the metaverse being the future. The metaverse is all dependent upon everybody adopting their operating system, and that operating system is called Horizon OS, which is their open sourced operating system for the metaverse. And what that essentially means is that we are going to be, their vision is that we'll exist in a world that is layered over in an XR experience, right? And an extra reality, right? And what that's going to eventually do is replace TVs. And by that replacing TVs, it also means that content will be optimized for those experiences. So we'll be able to see theatrical experiences from the train, or from the bus, or from the backseat of a car, or inside of a plane on a 500-inch screen without any issues. We also are going to be able to receive immersive experiences where we can, be in the environment and look around, look up, down, and behind you, and you're physically, or at least you're visually, where the content is being created. And then, of course, AI will assist in creating these experiences, but also things will be natively filmed in these experiences. And that's going to be another opportunity to very quickly create a name for yourself in film if that can be adopted now. That's at least 2 years away. But again, the technology exists now, the devices exist now, but we're about 2 years before that becomes a mainstream, affordable piece of technology.
How many of you agree we need like a 1 week masterclass to understand? I'm not kidding you. That we need like a 1 week masterclass to understand what Stephen is talking about, because this is taking us towards tech, right? And the handshake must happen between content and tech. It has already happened, not like it's going to happen, right? And so it's something that we really need to work towards, because building capacity, if you're left behind, it has implications. And
Correct.
If you're saying that I was thinking this is 10 years away.
No.
10 years.
No.
Wow.
No.
So
technology is evolving way too fast. I mean, you could think about, and I know we're way over time, so I'm sorry, but if you think about, Steve touched on this. We visited Mozambique on a mission with Care.org a couple of years ago, and it was enlightening to us because, as he said, we flew into Maputo, and then we drove a few hours, and then we drove 7 more hours deep into the rural bush area where there was no electricity. There was just long dirt roads with no lights and no other cars on that road for that 7-hour period. And when we reached the villages where people were living in, the traditional huts that we would see on National Geographic, all they had were phones. So technology has reached a point where the phones reach their villages faster than electricity and plumbing. They already have access to content. So these glasses, the most expensive component, just thinking about this from an economic standpoint, right? The most expensive component on a TV is the glass panel. And it's already a very low margin business. So for TV manufacturers, it's actually far more cost effective for them to make glasses than for them to make a 40-inch, 50-inch, 70-inch TV screen. That's why those screens are so expensive. The more expensive of a TV, or the larger the screen,
yeah.
far more expensive.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to get a 200-inch TV screen,
Yes.
you have to be ready to spend $100,000.
So just as we wrap up, I'm sorry we can't take questions, but the whole Otera team is here. Steven, Steve, Ator, and then the Otera Nigeria team, they're also here. So please make sure you grab them. But I just wonder, for those in television, should they be worried? If somebody owns a TV station or is a broadcaster, should they be genuinely worried?
Yeah. Yeah, like if they're not, to be frank, if they're not prepared for it, they're going to be trampled. I mean, look in the United States, look at the amount of large broadcasters that have either been acquired or gone out of business because they were late to the party. Those who were early are the ones acquiring those companies. Okay. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, but those who were early acquired companies, and those who were just too late could not survive and ended up selling or shutting down. I mean, when this comes, again, new giants will rise, right? Amazon acquired MGM. MGM, which we grew up with. We know all the James Bond movies. Amazon acquired a studio. Amazon is a tech company that acquired a studio. Netflix is acquiring studios. We're to a point where if you don't embrace this, if this is not embraced, especially by broadcasts, they will be trampled.
Okay, I just promised Charles Novia he was going to ask the question. I'm so sorry. Charles, can you just quickly ask that question? Please get the mic to him quickly. Yes.
You take a 15-minute break to charge the mics.
All right, fine. My name is Charles Novia. I have a TV channel for teenagers. It's called Teen Africa TV. And also have a radio for teens coming up on Teens FM, about to launch in a few weeks. I have a lot of this fast channel. I've tried it actually. Ijoma, you may not know, but we've been having this conversation with Ijoma. We've been fighting over it for some time too as well. Yes, the future is digital. It's about 5 years ago, a company in the US called I don't know, I've forgotten, but XOD Global or something. They approached us and said they wanted to put us on a fast channel template.
Yeah, we know those guys.
You know those guys?
We knew them.
Okay. So we gave them, we set up a fast channel for them, set up our content, gave them some content just to try, because I just said, okay, I don't know what this is, but let's just put it up there. So we sent them some files and all that. And in 4 years, I don't think we've seen about $40. Yeah, but it's not making. It wasn't really making any money. So earlier on this year, I just said, you know what, shut it down. It's not making sense to me because we keep sending money. It's not making sense, and so I said, I don't think this is. If it's not making sense, shut it down. Funny enough, when we shut it down, a lot of people started coming to say we need you on it fast. So I think we need to maybe a separate conversation after this to talk about the commercial part of it, because it's not really just what we're just talking about. Oh, it's good. This is the future, but a lot of money is spent on building this content and putting all those things up. So it's I don't think his presentation earlier had the commercial element to it, and that is because that's very important. That's what I wanted to just
no, understood.
say.
I mean,
right.
Again, like you said, we should probably have a further conversation about it. But what I will say is that, like anything else, it's a business. So, fast is not, if you were to own a platform or if you were to own a fast channel, the business should not be that you are building it and then expecting the money to automatically come. Because if that was the case, I'd be a billionaire. It takes work. And you need to understand that there's a value to the inventory that is being created. So the most successful companies that are in this fast channel space are those that also recognize that and have an ad sales strategy for themselves. Now, we assist with that, but our partners also need to actively be involved in selling that advertising and recognizing that the inventory is meaningful. So, think about broadcast, and broadcast has people that are selling ads to run ads against their channel. They don't say, hey, I paid all this money for this transcoding equipment so that the broadcast channel can be created. Where's the money coming from? They make the money. What we build is the access to the audience. What the fast channel operator needs to do is, again, thinking about that as a business, they need to build out the ad sales team around that. We can help to train those teams. We can work with those teams, but there needs to be that strategy as well. What we can bring is access to hundreds of thousands or even millions of viewers, but that needs to be monetized. And that takes a fully thought out business strategy, which again, we're happy to help with, but it's not an automatic thing. It has to be a part of the full strategy. I'm sure you having a radio station, is advertising a component of that? Well, then you're halfway there, bro. Congrats.
Quite inspirational this morning. I'm sure you'll agree. We could go on and on, but honestly, this conversation, we need to do a proper, educative session. Yes, and just to support our own little way of saying thank you and supporting the diversity, the diversity narrative that Otera has been pushing, having everybody from different race and color as part of Otera. I want all the volunteers to please step forward. We're going to do a photo shoot. Please come fast. Come. Otera has supported us.
I want my team up here too.
Yes, and Otera team, please come. Please, can we just celebrate them? Otera team, can you join us upstage? Where are the camera people? Steve and Arthur, yes, please come.
Thank you, the Terra Group. Next will be the... Is he okay? Yeah. Next is the National Film and Video Censors Board Industry and Stakeholders Conversation. They're looking at redefining content standards in the digital age. For this, we have Dr. Shaibu Husseini. He's the DGN National Film and Video Censors Board. Barrister Francis Nzekwe, the Zonal Coordinator, South National Film and Video Censors Board. We have Hubert Adair. He's the Zonal Coordinator, Southeast Zone National Film and Censors Board. We have Barrister Uju Emera. She's from the Southwest Census Board as well. And then there's Moses Agochuku, who is the head of operations at Silverbird Distribution. Can we please have them come forward, please? Thank you. No, that's Moses there. Okay, is your name here? I can't see your name, Oga. Oh, sorry. So Takwila Hussein is the coordinator. But the moderator is Dr. Lawson. Do you want to sit or stand?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Time's fast spent, so we'll just quickly dive into this. So, Dr. Hussaini is... Yes, so good afternoon, everyone, once again. This is a session for the National Film and Video Censors Board, and we'll be discussing the topic redefining content standards in a digital age, talking about innovation, regulation, and responsibility. So we're going to first of all start with a keynote address, sent by Dr. Hussaini, who is unavoidably absent, and to do that will be Mr. Herbert. Yes. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. Please, I'm standing in for my executive director, Dr. Shuaibu Hussaini, who is unavoidably absent, is attending to other national engagements in relation to what we're doing here too outside of Lagos. Distinguished filmmakers, content creators, creative minds, organizers of this summit, NFVCB staff here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this session of the Nigerian International Film Summit on film censorship and classification, jointly hosted by the National Film and Video Censors Board and the Nigerian Film Summit. The Nigerian International Film Summit. Our theme, redefining content standards in the digital age, innovation, regulation, and responsibility, speaks directly to the challenges and opportunities of our time. Challenges and opportunities of our time, Today, storytelling travels instantly across borders through digital platforms. Nollywood has become a global cultural force, but with this growth comes new responsibilities. Harmful or inappropriate content can reach vulnerable audience faster than ever before. That is why we must continuously redefine our standards, not to stifle creativity, but to safeguard ethics, responsibility, and cultural values. At NFVCB, under my leadership, we are working to innovate, regulate, and foster responsibility. We are digitizing our classification processes to make them faster and more transparent, building media literacy among audience, capacity, especially young people, to help them make informed choices. Partnering with global and local streaming platforms to embed Nigerian standards into distribution systems. Training and retraining our officers to align with international best practices. I need emphasize that for us at the NFVCB, censorship is not about silencing artistic freedom. It is about creating a safe, responsible space for creativity to flourish. Filmmakers, distributors, platforms, regulators, and audiences must all share this responsibility. It is also about creating a framework where filmmakers can push creative boundaries while upholding value that protects children, respect human dignity, and promote social harmony. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the NFVCB remains committed to leading this effort with innovation as our tool, regulation as our mandate, and responsibility as our guiding principle. Together, we can redefine content standards in ways that respect our cultural values, protect our people, and protect Nollywood and Nigeria as a beacon of responsible, creative excellence in the world. Let us use this session not just to discuss, but to build a shared vision of a responsible, ethical, and globally competitive Nigerian content ecosystem. Thank you, and I wish us fruitful deliberations.
All right, thank you very much for that keynote address sent to us by the DG. Okay, so I'm just going to dive straight in because we don't have a lot of time. We've just heard from the people at Otera how fast channels are gradually taking over the landscape for TV, films, and all of that generally. So what is the board doing in ensuring that content, because right now content can go directly to the consumers, directly on their mobile phones, mobile devices and all that. What is the board doing in ensuring that this content that go to the consumers directly are regulated and classified appropriately?
Hello, good day, everybody. My name is Francis, and I'm Zonal Coordinator of the South-South Zone. I'm happy to be here, and it's good that we're having this conversation. Content going directly to platforms, streaming platforms, is actually against offends our law. Because the NFVCB Act, if you're into filmmaking, you should have a copy of the NFVCB Act because it guides what you do. It guides the content, it guides the distribution, it guides the exhibition. So you need to have a copy of the Act so that you understand what you're meant to do. So going directly to streaming platforms actually offends our law. The NFVCB Act is very clear. No matter what the distribution platform is, it needs to be approved by the National Film and Video Censors Board. And in approving, we emphasize we focus more on classification. Now we're trying to downplay censorship, but because most people have argued that censorship is not censorship limits freedom of expression. And we agree with that, but also remember that freedom of expression is within the limits of the law. So we try as much as possible to downplay censorship and focus more on classification, except where the content is manifestly offends our law. So, and we in trying to address this issue of going directly to streaming platforms and fast channels, we intend to intensify collaboration efforts with these platforms so that they understand our classification guidelines and the Nigerian law, and also to ensure compliance. Thank you. All right.
Sorry, I'll just add a little here. Now, one of the things we're doing, the board is technology driven. What I simply mean here is that we work in an environment where we must work in consonance with technology. So one of the things we're doing here is that we are upgrading our act to take care of that. Because you find out what you have these days is that you shoot your movie, you do all you want to do, and then straight to the platform. Although a few come to us, but what we want to do to be able to cater out, to take care of that, is to ensure that we have the enabling act in place that ensures that every movie that goes online must come to the board for classification.
It's all right. Go ahead.
Okay. Because of the speed of content creation, we're also digitizing our processes. Hopefully, by the end of this year, we should have a platform where content creators and filmmakers can sit at the comfort of their homes and submit films and get up.
That was actually one of the things I wanted to mention. That there are lots of bottlenecks that I'm sorry to say agencies that people go through when you're dealing with agencies. The forms you have to fill, some of these things are done manually. This creates a lot of I'm going to have to do this all over and all over again, and that makes it difficult for people to just bypass that process and then move on to something else. So I wanted to ask that, are you creating a new framework, guideline, something that makes it easier and simpler for producers, filmmakers to get on and get their films submitted to you?
That's the whole idea behind it.
Can I say something? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I want to say that we have provided online censorship classification, so you can censor your film from anywhere you are now, from the comfort of your home. So we have made provision for that.
So in addition to what she said, and that's just the truth, it's a work in progress. But if you visit any of our zonal offices, for example, in Lagos, in Onitsha, and the head office in Abuja, you don't see filmmakers strolling, submit their films in hard copies. What we do is that you send your movies online, and then we classify such movies, and then you eventually even get your certification online. So everything is paperless as we speak now. But what we're trying to equally do is to expand it to go beyond these areas and cover other offices in the board.
Thank you very much for that. I think it will warm the hearts to know that you can get some of these things done, easy peasy, fast process. You don't have to spend time, to get your film classified. Thank you very much for that. And what you are saying to me now is, once I type, your website, I can submit my film and I can get it classified, seamlessly. Yes.
You can do that. We have a way we do that right now. But what I was alluding to earlier was we're going to have a dedicated system. Right now, we have platforms where you can upload, we get it, and we do our thing, we approve, we classify, we send it back. But we're going to have a dedicated system that does that very soon. Well, right now, we've bridged the gap to some extent by having a generic platform where you can do that. Let me put it that way.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's commendable that the board is looking in that direction, because it's, like I said, it eliminates the stressful process that people will have to go through. Now, the next thing I want to ask is, how often is the board, collaborating with stakeholders, especially people who play in the creative economy, people who producers, production houses, distributors, stakeholders in the creative economy? How does the board, collaborate with them to, let your processes be known to us?
Okay, that's simple.
Okay. What I would say is that we have this meeting we are having now is a means of ensuring that people know what we are doing in Census Board, because we have stakeholders here, and we know that classification is necessary. Because what you find out is that most people in the film industry, they hardly want to bring their films for censorship, But this meeting is a means of ensuring that people know the importance of censorship in digital age that we are now. So meetings like this is one of them, and we also have an annual digital regulation meeting that we have with them. Annual meeting, digital meeting that we have yearly. We have different engagements, seminars and conferences where we sensitize them on the guidelines of the board. I believe all this will help them to know what the board is doing. Thank you.
Well, she said much of it, but in addition, there is a structure that the board has put in place. You know, there's a body we call the Federation of Registered Guilds and Associations. It's a collaborative effort between the board and industry players. So aside the traditional engagements like seminars and clinics of this nature, we also engage beyond that point, discuss issues. In actual fact, we have a WhatsApp group where we engage regularly on issues bordering the industry, issues we expect them to understand and get feedbacks from them, which eventually help us build some of our policies.
Thank you very much. All right, I want to ask this next question, and it borders around, standards and enforcement. Now, what are the most significant challenges that the board is facing around enforcing content standards in the Nigerian digital landscape?
I think the primary challenge we have is inadequate regulatory framework, which we are currently working on. We have a bill in the National Assembly which will soon be passed. Now, when the board was established, it was done in an era where digital content was unknown. And it wasn't in anybody's imagination that we're going to get to this stage. So, though the Act covers most of it, but in a generic way. So we're trying to inject specifics so that it becomes clear and unequivocal. We're injecting specifics. And we also basically the law. Let me just leave it at that. Basically the law. But our law covers most of these areas, but in a generic way. So we're trying to inject specifics so that it becomes clearer.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I want to say also that, so since you said you have a bill that's in the National Assembly, so I want to believe that that should take care of emerging technologies, like augmented reality, virtual reality.
Those are the specifics.
Because currently we know that, like I said earlier, skits and short form films, they go online and people can get them on social media, and and it goes directly to our phones. It will reach them. So I want to believe that bill you have should be taking care of that.
Precisely.
Or is there something else being done, to cater for the emerging technologies?
Additionally, we're going to be intensifying collaborations with the platforms because we need them to understand the Nigerian law, and for those that are outside Nigeria, we need them to understand the Nigerian law and the classification guideline. And also, we're going to be engaging with content creators. We're going to intensify our engagement with content creators and filmmakers because honestly, we don't believe that most of the content creators understand what our law says, understand the requirements of the law. So we're going to be engaging them in forums like this, workshops and seminars and so on. So all that we plan to do.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Moses, sorry, it feels like I have kept you off the conversation for quite a while. But I wanted to engage, the Censors Board more so that, filmmakers here can understand, their own responsibility as regards to licensing, getting their films classified. But I want to ask you, as a distributor, how do you ensure that the content that comes to you has gone through the process before getting to you? Is there something that you do? Is there anything you do? Or are there checks that your company puts in place to ensure that it doesn't skip classification by the census board before getting to you?
Right, thank you very much. To answer your question, it's simple. We just at first need to understand the essence of the regulation in the first place. A quick backstory, just last week, my wife, she's not in the country. She sent me a YouTube link to watch a Nollywood film on YouTube, right? And she was pestering me, go and watch this film. I was like, why? So later on, when I watched the film, all she was after was just a line that says, "You have my heart." More like. So normally, when I call her, we end with "I love you, I love you." That ends it, right? Now she has added, "I must say, you have my heart," because of a film she watched. Now, as much as we are in the business side, we understand the importance of regulation. Now, this is just how the clip has influenced my marriage, right? Now, look at the kids we are raising. Look at our families, the youths in the society. What impact do you think these contents we are putting out there have on them? So we have the responsibility also as the distributor to ensure that we are in line with the regulatory body to push this content out there, because it's for our own good. As much as it looks as if we're in the business of it, it's also important to sustain the culture and values we stand by as Nigerians.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we know that film is a language that has the capacity, the ability to shape minds, which is the reason why, look at the example that you just gave now, and I'm sure it's not a lot of stress for you to add that to what you tell your wife. And I believe everybody can take a cue from that, and do better. You guys, so we know that film is it's a language that can shape mind, inform culture, change a whole lot of raise kids. Like we had yesterday when we were here, we had people who, spoke to some of the panelists yesterday, and they were talking about how they grew up on some of the films that some of the panelists were part of, that has shaped them to becoming who they are. So which makes, census board, film and video census board, a pivotal, agency in terms of what, is being churned out by our, content producers. So I want to say that the board, that you have a lot of work in your hand, especially with emerging technology, especially with the digital landscape that is changing. Things are becoming faster now. Internet, just like our Otitera guy said, that in places where there are no electricity, people have phones. Places where they don't have TV, people have phones, and then they can have access to some of these, films and, digital content. They can have access to it anywhere. Yeah. So it takes me to my next question, which talks about are there penalties or are there consequences that content creators can face, for non-compliance? And I'm saying this so that our people that are here will know that if their content do not go through, and this is not me, trying to put my people on the line, but it's better for us to know where there is no law, there is no sin. Yeah,
precisely. Well, there are penalties. When you offend the law, there's always a penalty. And then for content creators, usually a fine or legal prosecution. We can prosecute you in court or give you an option of fine. Or when you eventually go to court, you will be also given an option of fine or prison term. But that's when you're convicted, which is much more serious. So once we identify you as an offender, we can slap a fine on you. And when you don't cooperate, we can prosecute you. But remember, we're not there to stifle creativity. No, we have a job to do. We're there to protect the public, the young, and the vulnerable. And we do that mostly through classification. We look at the content and make sure that it doesn't offend our law. We focus on content that are violent, promote crime, undermine national security, erode morals, and so many other things. So those are the things we look out for. These are things that have the capacity of influencing the public negatively. So we make sure they are treated very well before they are put out in the public, to the public. Thanks.
All right. Okay, you want to add something?
For license operators, they can withdraw their license. That is for distributors. Their license can be withdrawn.
Okay.
And one thing we do again is that we can also withdraw your certificate.
For license operators?
No, for content creators, we can withdraw the certificate.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to speak to that, right? For every distributor in the business of film, we are all registered with the Censors Board. So we are all licensed to distribute those films with the Censors Board. So if we are not in compliance with the Censors Board, you will be fined. And further than being fined, your license can be withdrawn. So it's important that as a distributor or as a film business person or probably an exhibitor, you work in line with the guidelines that are set by the Censors Board, because it's important for the value and culture we're trying to shape in Nigeria. A good example I just want to give, I think sometimes back, we could see the kind of growth in some of this streaming content for Nollywood, where it's more like the norm, where you see every Nollywood movie. Now they want to expose their breasts on the streaming platform majorly. Now, because it is allowed on that streaming platform, they tend to want to do it. But you can tell a beautiful story without doing that. Now, and it's important that even if the platform says this is 18, we all have streaming TVs in our house. Netflix is there. What happens when you're not home? Your children can go and still watch those movies because it's trending. It's on TikTok. Most of us are not that tech inclined to put age guidance on the TV and all that. So at the end of the day, you end up exposing these children to things they're not supposed to see. So like I'm still going to say it again. Everybody in the business, both the content creators, the distributors, even the cameraman, have a responsibility to play in regulating this industry. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, so for talking about, you mentioned, yes, you can clap, please. So now, you spoke about, some of us not being tech inclined enough to be able to put, passwords and all of that to the boxes at home, decoders and all of that. Yeah, so I want to ask, is there anything that the board now, Mr. Ode, that's the name, yes? Yes, I want to ask, is there anything the board is doing in terms of public awareness, to talk to consumers at home or reach out to consumers at home in terms of public awareness?
Okay, thank you very much. But before then, I don't know if I'm clear enough. Can you hear me? Okay, but before then, I need to commend the last speaker for helping this small advocacy. Because the little challenge we have is filmmakers or industry players mainly see classification from the angle of punishment, or they see it as punitive. Not knowing that one of the major reasons we emphasize classification is to protect our culture, protect our unity, protect our society, and invariably protect our younger ones who are vulnerable. Because the questions I ask filmmakers certain questions. Okay, you produced this type of movie, and you don't want to do any edit cuts. But I'll simply ask you, when you open your door to your living room, and you see your 7-year-old child watching this movie, will you be happy? And most times, I don't even get an answer. So that simply means that silence implies what? Consent, you are not happy. So back to your question. You know, the board is doing so much in terms of advocacy. Actually, we have our media literacy program, but then it's split into several stages. One, we have what we call the school outreach. For the school outreach, you have officers of the board on a regular basis visit schools, primary schools, secondary schools, even university, as far as even the NYC orientation camp. What we go there to do is sensitize them on our classification regime, the important and what the film can do for you positively or negatively. Then taking it beyond that point, we also have what we call institutional dialogue. That is a working collaboration or a relationship between the board and sister agencies like the Copyright Commission, the NBC, the NCC, NITDA, and like. The essence is this. So we help them understand what we stand for. Because, you know, one of the major challenges we have here, not just in Nollywood as a practitioner, but generally with Nigeria, is the fact that we still perceive art or see film from that same angle that it doesn't affect society at all. So if, for example, I'm going to do an enforcement, we normally have that challenge as staff of the board. You still need to help the policeman or the security operative who's going to accompany you understand what your mandate is and then what you are going to do. So based on that, we've carried it beyond that point. So by and large, we engage them. And then finally, which is very new now with the coming of the new ED, is what we call the community advocacy. What we mean by community advocacy is that we take this information down the grassroots. Like last year when he came on board, we had the first of a series, what we call the Indine Mama series. We started in 2024, the August meeting. And we're at Enugu, where we talked to about 1,000+ women. Because we believe that many women from the East come from all parts of Nigeria and converge in the East. So by selling that message, we have gradually taken the message out to different parts of Nigeria. And then this year, it became more impactful. We didn't just gather them in one small room or one hall, but we now had to do what we had, grassroots intervention. We had to go to communities in these areas where we met with these women, and you could imagine the beauty and the happiness and the information we were giving out and the responses we were getting. And then finally, when we do some of these advocacies, it is not just all about filming and NFVCB's classification regime. It's all about social media. It's all about, because if you look at it, it's all about what are we doing with the media. You have your 7-year-old child, your 8-year-old child has a phone. Your 15-year-old child, for some of us, he has a Facebook page. He has a WhatsApp page. He can go on TikTok. And so many, many content. So what we try to understand is you need to guide what your children watch. And I think I'll just leave Francis to just do a little on that, because we also help them to understand that there is a technology that you can have as a parent to check what your child sees on.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to have to start to round up now. So many questions to ask. I just want to say that the board should not relent. Stakeholders, engagement, such as this, every opportunity that you have to speak to people, I think you should take it. So I don't know if we have any question in the audience. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
My mic is not working.
All right. Yes, please. Let's start from.
Okay.
Sorry.
Good morning,
You go
everyone.
next.
Or good afternoon now. Okay. Sorry, my name is Kenneth Barrow, Commonwealth Cinemas. Okay. Just listening to that, please, can you take this just one by one? Let's see if we can clarify some of what you're saying, because we get a lot of questions asked across the world regarding this same classification issue. Knowing that the world is a global place, right? And we can understand the laws is trying to protect, socio-cultural integrity, morals, and the law of Nigeria, correct? Yeah? Okay, so the question then is, who are these content creators? Yeah? Is this thing looking to target Nigerian filmmakers or films made by Nigerian registered companies, or or films shown in any exhibition platform that exists in Nigeria? Yeah. The reason why I ask this question is, Nigerian films can be shown on any fast TV channel, any app. Netflix, Curiosity Channel on DSTV, History Channel, ZTV, pornographic channels. Yeah. So are we saying that every content on any of the channels, on CNN even, should be classified? And I'm not saying that it shouldn't. I'm just trying to get clarification. Yeah. Or are we just targeting Nigerian films? Now, if I co-produce a film with a British company, and it is a British film, but it's a Nigerian film, like Tears of the Sun with Bruce Willis, so that must be classified before it is shown on Hulu, for instance. Or are we saying it's only when it shows in Nigerian cinemas, or when it's shown on Afro Revo, Nigerian-owned exhibition platforms, that's when it will be classified? Because if we're saying that we want to protect the integrity and of our kids and protect our kids, well, what's stopping them from going to channel 700s on DSTV? Or what's stopping them from going on pornographic TikTok channels? So are those contents going to also be classified, or is it just Nigerian films? Because if it's Nigerian films or films made by Nigerian production companies, then it's not fair. Disney Junior and Disney Teen channels, they're the biggest, the laws, one of the biggest laws that you're trying to protect is gay rights, correct? Anti-gay laws, yeah? All you have to do is just watch Disney channels, and so shouldn't those contents also be classified the same way you're targeting Nigerian films? You understand what I'm saying? Our kids are far more influenced by those channel 300s, on DSTV and what they see on TikTok and the rest, than by Nigerian films. Yeah. So I'm just saying that, yes, I'm agreeing with classification, fantastic, but is it just Nigerian films, or are we going to start classifying, and you should, all films on ZTV, on Telemundo?
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, you want to answer that first?
Okay, that's a good one. That's a very good one. And that's one of the challenges we have, jurisdictional limitations. If you understand how the law works, you can't prosecute outside this jurisdiction. So, but our law talks about films produced in Nigeria, films made by Nigerians, and films consumed in Nigeria. So if the films are being consumed in Nigeria, it must abide, it must not offend the law. But like I said, it's a challenge, because most of these distributors are outside our jurisdiction. So what we do, we're going to intensify collaboration with sister agencies that have the capacity to pull down this content. Because we can't, except when they have agents here or they've established presence here, that's when we can go after them. But we can't go after them if they are in another country. Remember, I said films consumed in Nigeria, produced in Nigeria, or made by Nigerians. So these are, but that's the challenge.
Okay. It's nice meeting you, seeing you this morning or this afternoon. But you see, I think we need to look at it from this perspective. And I've heard this over times, everywhere we go. You know, the entire society pushes their blame, their responsibility to us at the Film and Video Censors Board. I can't certainly, from the comfort of my home, monitor what your children watch at home. Because you just mentioned some channels are shown on TV at home. But what do we do as individuals, as parents? Because we also need to know that we are in the era where we need collaboration in terms of regulation. We all need to work together to regulate the space that we're talking about. If I know this content is harmful for my children, I think I don't need it. There are ways that I could, there are things that I could do to block such channels, and they don't see them. Because you don't expect the NFVCB to be in every home. But what we are simply doing to address that is to create the desired awareness. That you have the power in your home to help your children stay off such harmful content. That's just the basic truth. That's it.
Thank you very much. I'll take one more question from this side. This my madam has been.
Okay, who go first? You ready? Hello, Emma. Okay. Sorry, my name is Amma Sorry, a filmmaker, a lesson distributor, and a former director, National Film and Video Censors Board. Yeah, I have two questions. One of my questions is a rider on what Kenny has asked. Imagine all the content creators in Nigeria decide to abide by the laws of the National Film and Video Censors Board. There are thousands and thousands of content being uploaded on various platforms every day. Do you have the capacity to classify those thousands of content that are uploaded every day? That is one question. The second question is to the moderator. When you are asking your question to the distributor, asking him how does he know the film brought him goes through the National Film and Video Censors Board, the reverse is the case. The film has to go to the distributor first before it goes to National Film and Video Censors Board. All the distributors are allowed to take content for censorship and classification. That's just a clarification on what you have asked him. Thank you.
You want to answer that, please?
Okay, you want to say something? Okay, let me give you the tobacco. I can still answer.
Okay, that's why we are here, basically. Now, when it comes to the censorship issues, right? The essence of this event is to sensitize us, the producers. The essence of this event is to sensitize the film industry stakeholders on what needs to be done in terms of censorship. Now, if you know what is required to censor your movie and do the needful, you have lessened the stress to the censorship board because you know. And by the time your movie comes to them, like they mentioned earlier, the process is now digitized. So regardless of the volume, it will be censored accordingly. So that's what I'm saying. They may not have the capacity, but you also have the responsibility to produce the right content. So if you produce the right content, at the time they get to your content to review it, and it's right, it goes. If it's not, then you pay the fine or your license is removed. So you can't take your irresponsibility in not putting the right content as a content or a film producer on them because you are saying the volume is much and they cannot review. They will do their job. But the essence of events like this is to educate us. So we know ignorance is not an excuse. The fact that they're not able to match up the volume of content that is being put out there does not mean or give us the guarantee to not put the right content out there. They will definitely do their job. But at the time, do you know what the kind of content that is required to put out there? So that's what it entails.
Okay, I'll take your question. You see, one thing I know for sure is this. Let's look at the capacity. You know, when we started, or when we were doing analog or physical censorship, we were doing it such a way that you could have 4 preview officers to one movie. But now we've started online censorship. We don't go that route any longer. We have a situation where I can tell you for real, if your film comes in by 4 p.m. today, be rest assured that by 4 p.m. tomorrow evening, you are getting your certification, if it meets all the standards. And ask any filmmaker, they will tell you, except there are issues. Then, secondly speaking, you know, what we're simply is work in progress. Work in progress in the sense that we are doing some form of retraining and training and expanding how we do censorship. We are not limiting to the traditional method where we censor only in maybe Lagos, Onitsha, Kanu, and Abuja. But now we are opening censorship centers, or let me call them classification centers in the states. So we are converting staff in those areas to classify movies. But finally, one thing you must know. You are getting the thousands coming because it's free for all. But by the time we say everybody, okay, we queue, you know that if you put your movie online and you don't get certification, we can flag it down. Be rest assured, from that 1,000 you are talking about, because they're going to queue, it's going to trickle down. It's practical. It's going to trickle down because you know why? I don't know, but by default, permit me, by default as a Nigerian, we like to stay out of turn. We don't like to queue. But when the laws are there, we obey. It's just like the traffic light. It's just like the traffic light. When there's no traffic light at any junction, we have so much confusion, is it not? But when the traffic light is there, we take our turns, we move. So if we are having 1,000, maybe for example, if we are sending 500 films and we are getting them, we are splitting them. But what may happen now is that some may get 24 hours. Some may get 48 hours. But the truth here is that within 1 week, 2 weeks, we would have cleared our table. Thank you.
All right.
We are capable. We are working. Don't worry.
Thank you very much. So I just have the opportunity to take one last question. So please.
Okay, so I'm going through the Nigerian Film and Video Censors Board Act, and this is Section 7, number 35. And it says, number 3, it says, the Film Censors Committee shall consist of at least a representative from each of the states of the Federation within the zone and such other number of persons as may be appointed by the chairman of the board. The chairman of the board shall appoint one of these members of the Film Censors Committee to preside at the meetings of the committee. No decisions of the Film Censors Committee shall be by a majority vote. No person other than members of the Film Censors Committee shall be present when film is shown for censorship purposes, except the operators and such other persons as may be specifically authorized by the chairman or the executive director to attend. So basically, because they said these 5 members have to be from at least one of the 6 geopolitical zones. Now, this is my question. I've made a film that you're going to review, and you have people from every geopolitical zone, 1 person. And if this, like say 3 people from this committee, because of their own cultural beliefs or religious beliefs, do not agree with the film I have made, and it doesn't say anything here about classification. What is said is such film shall not be approved. So if these 3 people that because of their cultural or religious biases do not agree with the film I have made, they are not going to approve it. Then the last one I'm going to say is, you, in one hand, you're saying you're not stifling creativity and there is no morality policing going on. And I'm not talking about children. Children, is your responsibility to make sure your kids watch the right things, right? But here it's saying they shall not approve if a film depicts any matter which is indecent, obscene, or likely to be injurious to morality, likely to incite or encourage public disorder or crime, undesirable in the public interest. Is vague. Is very vague. When you talk about obscene, dressing, there's even dressing and sexuality. I make a film, I'm telling a story about a prostitute. She's a prostitute. Her breast will show.
All right.
If it requires it. So I'm just asking, because I heard you say you're reviewing some of your acts and some of your laws, and I'm saying these are part of those acts and laws in your laws that should be reviewed, so that you would not...
Barrister Frank, you want to speak to that?
Okay, I get that. We get that. That's fine. We get that. And I want to also say that your freedom of expression, your freedom of expression is not limitless. It is not limitless. Your freedom of expression is limited within the bounds of the law. And in making a film, in reviewing a film, we use a subjective test, and we follow the criteria, and we use a subjective test. Now, you mentioned about this, a prostitute in your film. Well, if you treat it properly, all it's going to earn is higher classification. We're not going to, it is about treatment. We're not going to tell you to edit it out. It's higher classification. But you can't make an obscene film that you can have, maybe within context, somebody just pulls up and becomes naked. It's not within out of context, rather. It doesn't make sense. Why? You have to remove it, or we refuse classification. You have to treat it and make sure whatever you're treating is within context. Then it ends a classification, a higher classification.
All right. We have run out of time. So I want to say that you are still around, yes. So you can, conversation continues. So thank you very much on behalf of the DG. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much from the Census Board. Thank you. The pictures, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so because of time, have you noticed it's like 1 o'clock? It's supposed to be lunchtime. And we were supposed to have one more session before we go. But that won't be possible because we want to keep to time. So what we do is this. We'll continue with lunch. Then when we come back, we continue. We do lunch. We do lunch. Then when we come back, we'll continue. But before we leave, I think Ijama has something to say to us briefly. But for lunch, I think for executive badge holders and speakers, you're eating here. So what you do is just walk through this way. Then for industry access, you're going to the bridge. That's the whole way down. Are we clear? Repartee. So if you have your badge, executive badge holders, you're having your lunch here. And the speakers. So we're not eating at a restaurant today. That's what I'm trying to say. So please come here. Then for the others, press and industry access, please go to the hallway. That's the bridge. Okay? Are we clear? Okay, so Ijama will speak to us briefly. No, don't go yet. Ijama has something to tell us.
So first of all, lunch is not yet. It's a bit delayed. So I was giving her sign, but she was not getting the message. That lunch is a bit delayed, but I don't think it's going to take up to 10 minutes just for them to bring out the food. But what I just wanted to say is I have my partners here from the Legend Hotel. Please, can you step forward? Fumi and Mohammed and Mayowa. So this, how many of you have been to this hotel before now? Before now? How many of you knew about this hotel before now? You knew about it, but you didn't come. Okay, so I'm excited to announce to us that for filmmakers here, the Legend Hotel, please can we keep it down a bit? Yes. Please, the tech guys, can you start the video from the beginning before I hand over the mic to Mohammed? They want to support the film industry. That's what. Yes, 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 yes. So they want to be that hotel. They are. So I want to apologize to everyone. Please hold on. Pause it. So this is not where we're supposed to use. They just built a brand new, how many seats? Auditorium. How many? 400 seats auditorium just outside. So we were supposed to launch it. Nifs was supposed to open it. We booked it a year ago. And then their contractors disappointed us. And they had to apologize to us. So you see, we're having overflow. Some people are out there. Some people are, it's so inconveniencing, right? And they are going to apologize to all of us. And then give us maybe, something, complimentary something that can, for all the inconveniences. But they have actually been very, very supportive and amazing. So your premieres, how many of you love here? The ambience. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you, and I would like to really take the opportunity to welcome you individually to our hotel, to the Legend. I'll be sharing a part to introduce the hotel to you, and Fomni will speak about how we're ready to support you in future. Let me share with you first the essence of what makes our hotel truly special. As you walk into the hotel, you see the touch of the local charm and the modern design. We are celebrating the Nigerian colorful and vibrant spirit and the service that we offer. Also, with our location that is few steps away from the airport, we bring convenience to luxury. So whether you're here for business or leisure, we are at the heart of it. Our views, beautiful views, overlooking the jets, the runaways. It whispers possibility and challenge. We are going to become very soon 145 keys hotel, and more rooms are on the pipeline. A full 145. We're aiming to reach very soon 194 keys. Full service hotel that offers every aspect that caters to a great guest experience. And as I said, when the sun sets over Lagos, and that's one of the views that we offer in our room, remember that you are part of our legend. I wish you a beautiful experience with us. And Fomni is going to describe more of what we offer when it comes to the meetings and events aspects.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mohammed. All right, so just to explain that we're at that location that you're looking for your next movie shoot, your next music video shoot. How many of you, of course, you've all seen One Ticket by Davido. It was done in one of our suites upstairs. King of Boys was done here. Breath of Life was done here. So if you're looking for location, the person to meet immediately after now would be myself and Mayowa right here. We also... Can you all see Mayowa right here? All right, so if you're... That's how you should step up. Okay, so award shows, if you're planning awards, you want to have special events, photo shoots, premiere, yes, you can do that here as well. Auditions, press conferences, meet and greet events, we are at that location. Anything intimate, luxury, upscale, this will be the location for you. If you want to impress people coming into the country for the first time, I think this is the best location for you to come to. So like I said, I have a few of my cards, and after now I'll be available to speak with you concerning Of course, discounts are available depending on what you're bringing. All right. I'm the commercial manager, so I will tell you that for free. Yeah? So we can play the video now. Thank you.
Please, sound, please.
We may not be able to take you around the hotel, but you just met the legend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know you're waiting for lunch. Just indulge us a bit. It's not ready, sir. Can we call? The ISD guys, are you ready? Sales and Development Executives, are you around? ISD guys, are you around? Can we please come forward? Lunch never reached. No go. Lunch is not ready because it's not. They haven't brought it out. So let's do the ISD then before while they're serving. ISD guys, can you please come forward? Should I start calling your names? Daniel. ISD guys, can you please? Sorry, are they standing or sitting? Yeah, can you please sit? Yeah, it's supposed to be far away. Someone asked me a question about how to register. So I've been told that this year's one is not, it hasn't been announced. So please keep an open ear for when it will be announced. You guys were plenty yesterday. Where's everybody? Oh, okay, just the panel. Okay. Thank you. So who are you paneling with? Who's the moderator? Oh, fantastic. Do you guys have an easy jump? Is anybody with you guys?
No, we're still waiting for somebody. Somebody's to join us.
Is she around? Okay. How long? You guys have, because people are waiting to go to lunch, so no, it won't be a lot. Of course, once food comes, we dash.
Okay, so Godwin is just going to come with the next person. When he comes.
Okay, are you talking with Godwin? Is he part of this panel?
He's getting our last panelist.
Okay. So while we wait for them, before you guys came early in the morning, we're speaking about some stuff. I can't remember who and who. When it's ready, let me know. We spoke about devil is a liar. Who was here in the morning? Who was here in the morning? You were. Okay. Someone gave devil is a liar 7. Someone gave it an 8. Someone actually mentioned a 9. So can we have other views of others? Over 10, guys, over 10. Does anybody else have anything to add? Okay, I think we'll continue the conversation. While you think about Devil is a Liar. Over 10, what are you giving Devil is a Liar? The movie. It's on Netflix if you haven't watched it. Why are you laughing? She has.
Yes.
Let it up. You guys don't have time. What's lunch is ready?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. My name is Inyama Kanwade. I am an international sales and distribution executive, newly minted by the NIFS. And we're here today to have a conversation about what it means to start a career in international sales and distribution. And before we go further, I'll just give my colleagues the opportunity to introduce themselves. And I'll start with Sheriff on the far right.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sharif Adekunle. I'm a creative entrepreneur. I produce across all platforms: film, TV, stage. I teach economics. That's my 9 to 5. But I also make, films. And I'm one of the members of the ISDE program. And yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tayo the Wizard, and I am a DP director and now turned international sales and distribution executive. So, nice meeting you all.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olatubo Solasimbo. I'm a screenwriter, director, and producer. And just like my colleagues here, I'm also one of the newly minted international sales and distribution executives. And it's a pleasure to be here.
And by my left, we have...
My name is Godwin. I'm one of the minters. So, okay, so I'm the programs director for ISD. Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us today on this panel. Godwin, I'm going to start with you because when any training or mentoring session is designed, there's always a goal in mind. And you started this program some months ago with 12 of us. What would you say was the idea in your mind when you started? And as the program progressed, what did you begin to see in the people in the cohort?
Okay, first up, I'll say big ups to Ijoma and Trino for the effort. When Ijoma brought this to my desk, I found it very exciting because it's something I'm very, very passionate about, which is capacity building and how we need to train people in the industry. There's a whole lot of knowledge gap in this aspect of business of film. And I was really, really excited, not just as a programs director, but the fact that I'll also be involved in the program myself because there's a whole lot to learn. And of course, when the program progressed, you guys can tell what we experienced. It was one experience after the other, like we couldn't even keep up. All right, so it was exciting from the beginning to the very end. Yeah.
Thank you, Godwin. Sheriff, when you started this program, tell us about one myth that you had held that got completely debunked about sales and distribution.
So not really for me, but a myth that we always hear is a good product will sell itself. Most people just believe that once you have a very good content, you don't have to package, you don't have to market, maybe with word of mouth or over time you'd sell, but that was, debunked. Like Ijoma would say, red flag, make it make sense. So yeah, that was one myth that was debunked.
Thank you very much. How about you, Wizard? We call him the Wizard.
Something like that. So for me, one myth that I actually I found out that we've been deceiving ourselves all along is, I want to make my film this way. This is what I have in my head. And I can remember Ijoma telling us, it's okay, you want to win an award, that's fine. But if you don't make money, then how do you want to go back to your family and investors and say, give me money for the next one? So in as much as we want to create and we are passionate about the image in our head, we should always think of who we are selling to and who is buying the product.
Thank you. Olatunbosun.
Okay, so for me, I'd say that one myth that was debunked is the fact that a lot of times as creatives, when making our films or TV content, the distribution part and the marketing is not really on the front burner. It's almost like an afterthought. Like, okay, let me make this film. Even yesterday, we were having this discussion at lunch with someone, and she was like, I have 300 million to make my movie, and I need maybe like another 300 to market it. But if I have 300 now, I'm making that movie. I can always bother about the marketing later. And that's the idea that a lot of us creatives have. Let's make this movie first, then we'll bother about the marketing and the distribution later. So that was something that this program helped me to realize that actually from the very get-go, you should start to consider distribution and marketing as part of your production budget.
Thank you very much. Throughout the program, we had both in-person sessions and virtual sessions. Can you tell us any of the sessions that stood out to you particularly? and why?
I think I don't know. It was okay. I think the wizard actually mentioned it, and that's the fact that it was a session with Ijeoma where she asked us, "Have you made films, and why did you make them?" And I remember telling the group then that I actually made a short film, but I didn't even bother editing it because I didn't like the output. And she was like, "So you wasted your money, other people's money, to make a movie that didn't even get out there." And for me, that was profound because I was like, okay, that's true. If I'd actually gotten money from someone, then I made the movie with friends, so maybe the budget wasn't so much. But if I'd actually collected money from an investor, would I have done that to the movie? So that was profound for me, and I thought that, okay, this makes sense. And it just blew my mind, actually.
Okay. Before we go further, one of us joined us as we had a as the conversation went on. So I'll just give you a moment to introduce yourself to the house.
Okay, my name is Faustina Okomai, and I can proudly call myself now an international sales and distribution executive. Thank you. And aside that, I'm also a filmmaker. And what do I love to do? I love to watch movies. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, Faustina. So I'll come back to you with the question. Okay. So Adetayo, the same question throughout the in-person and virtual sessions. What session stood out to you the most and why?
If I'm being honest, that's a very difficult one because each and every section has something new is bringing. But I think there was just one that, probably because he was the only one who spoke on that topic, and that is Claude's session, talking about localization. When people hear the word localization, what comes to mind is, oh, I have my film in English, let me change it to French. That's all. That's dubbing. So when you really want to localize, you look at the nuances, you look at the locales, the people you are bringing and collaborating with to give you access so that you are not going to that territory and, okay, yeah, we've seen you. But when they see someone like them, maybe a producer or one of their DPs, that's still localization. And I think that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sheriff, your experience at the ISDE, I would say, is quite unique because you're an academic and you're also very much involved in film and festivals. With the experience that you've had now in the past 3 months and what you've done before, what would you say it has made you become?
So, as creatives, like Tayo said, we always just want to make content. We always have something to say. But we do not understand that it is a show business. And we are so focused about the show that we most times forget about the business. And even as someone who is knowledgeable about business, because that's my field, I sometimes get caught up, in that mist where I have a series now that I'm looking for distribution for. It's a limited series. And because of maybe the way we shoot in Nollywood, where you just have to hustle your way around to find money. Mm-hmm. And even as you're shooting sometimes, you still don't have your full production. So you're just like, I'll come back to sales, distribution, marketing. And then you now have this product, and then you realize that the most important thing, which you're supposed to have, considered, you've left it, behind. And I think that was why, like, for me, one of the sessions that spoke to me was Chantel's, session where she spoke about packaging. Because really, if you do not package your content, your products well, then what really are you doing, And it just reiterated the point that with Maskela's session, I think it was relatable to all of us because this is something that we want to do now. And then seeing somebody doing it and doing it very well, it just means that, we can also do it, And I think something that is unique with all the course members was that we are looking for distribution, not just for ourselves, but for our peers, for our colleagues, And we believe, like Ijoma always says, that if we are able, I always tell people that it's no more investor problem. Because I have friends that would say, okay, you want to make a film, you want to make a series, how do I get my money back? Then I start blabbing. So the moment we are able to figure out distribution, I'm sure that, we'll get more funding. And so that's the gospel that we'll start preaching, and I'm sure that, after this program, we'll be able to collaborate and see how we can, open that door for not just for ourselves, but for our colleagues and friends.
Thank you very much, Sharif. So while we were on this journey of the ISD program, there was something that Ijama said one time that really struck me. And she was talking about how producers create content and they have to trust distributors with that content. And sometimes the only thing that they have, apart from the agreement that is signed on paper, is the level of belief that the content owners have with the distributor or the distribution executive. And then during the program, there were times where we had this exercise of actually sourcing for content, and we were able to get said content, but there was another roadblock. Technical requirements were lacking. And so we have people who are interested in purchasing or licensing content, but they will tell you later that while your content is great, while you have the picture of what they are looking for, they cannot exactly take the content because there are some technical elements that are lacking. And I'm coming to you, Faustina, because you have a distribution outfit, Oza Media. So tell us some of the challenges that you've encountered and what this program is going to help you do going forward to make sure that, there's a sync between the kinds of content that you get and the kinds of content that the clients need.
Thank you so much for that question. So from the very get-go, I would really appreciate if producers talk to their distribution or sales executive first to ask what is in demand, right? What your proposed audience is looking at now. Because I know that as creators, we want to create this beautiful thing that we have in our heads, but then you're not creating it just for yourself. You're creating it for your audience. So I think that's the first part, right? And when it comes to technicalities, people need to know based off where they want their film to travel to. Take, for instance, you want your film to go to the cinema, and you're not using cinema standard equipment. If I want my content to go to TV, I can use TV content. That's what TV equipment, I mean. Equipment that is approved for TV, and that's the issue, that one of the issues that we face. You see, you go to the cinema. I remember going to the cinema to see a film, and it's obvious that film was made for TV because even the way it was blown up on the screen, I could see gaps up and down, and it was really funny. And that person insisted that they wanted their film in the cinema without knowing what the cinema requirement was. And I remember one time, myself and my friends were talking about a documentary, and I had to reach out to Nora Awolowo, to ask about the requirements. Thank God I did. And then she referred me to the Netflix website to say, if you guys want to sell to Netflix, look at the technical requirements that you need to make your content. Else, it's already dead on arrival. And then it becomes they rejected my content. No, it did not meet their standard. So I feel like that's where every producer needs to start from. What's the requirement for where you're going to? If it's YouTube, yeah, you can do what YouTube needs. You don't need to do all of that, but you need to know where you're going to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faustina. Godwin, this next question is for you. You were our principal, director, timekeeper, everything. And as we were learning, you were also learning as well. So given the number of years that you have practicing in the industry and also coordinating events like this, what would you say has been the major mind shift for you? Because for us, we can say that we are new to this space and we've had quite the baptism in the past 3 months with the kinds of conversations that we've been having. But you've had some more advantage because of the number of years that you've stayed and practiced. So what has been that major mind shift for you?
Yeah, I would say for me, it was more like a baptism, like a realization of the fact that you've been ignorant all your life, doing something you thought you knew very well. For instance, things like traveling to markets, because I've never traveled to any market before now, and I'm saying I'm a filmmaker. So I'm making the film for who? So now Ijoma opened my eyes to that. Then Kenneth told us about the ComScore scores, and the pitch document. What you thought was a pitch document was actually just we just didn't know what we're doing. So now these guys begin to break down things for you. You begin to understand what is missing in your documents, why you're not getting the kind of results you've been wanting all this while. So sometimes people want to say somebody is just shadowing me. They are being partial. They don't like me, or it's a gender thing. Sometimes it's not a gender thing. You don't have the right information. You don't have the right knowledge. Okay, you need to learn more. And so that's what it did for me. Even as a program director, I learned a lot. And then, in fact, since this program, when people talk to me about film, I'm like, so what exactly are you doing again? So where are you taking your film to? So who is buying? So where's your documents? And it's an eye-opening thing for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godwin. We all agree that it was a baptism. Okay, Faustina wants to say something too.
Yeah. I would say for me, the major two eye-openers for me was the fact that I don't have to make a film with my money. There's something called a pre-sales agreement, and what that means is that as a filmmaker, you can actually go to broadcasters to pitch your story, get funding from them, and then make your film. A lot of us don't know that. I know a lot of filmmakers who have spoken to me, and it's their life savings and their family's life savings, and they are on the run because people are on their neck. I know that it may not really work in Nigeria yet, but I'm just happy that there is that possibility. I wasn't even aware of that before. And I know that, as the industry keeps growing, those opportunities will keep being explored. For me, my second eye-opener was Chantel Rochester's session, where she talked about how someone on our team took a film to Netflix and they pitched, I think it was $50,000 for 20 years. And then when she went back, she renegotiated $500,000 for 4 years. So I just realized that, if they are giving me $50,000 for 20 years, I would have smiled home. But then this is someone who knows her power and knows the value of her content and understands contracts and is able to negotiate, And I know that for us here, it's a big deal when Netflix buys your content, Prime buys your content. I'm on top of the money if that ever happens to me, but it's just to know that that's just a level. There's a lot more. And even with negotiating rights, I remember when Paloma said something about telephony rights, that you can even take the soundtrack of your content and then not just stream it, but use it for music tunes. How many people even know that? There are very amazing soundtracks I've heard, and it's just on the film. So for me, the major eye-opener is that beyond just this piece of content that I've made for people to watch, there are other strands that I can monetize. There are other strands, other things I can do. I just need to understand the value of my IP. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Faustina. Okay. One of the other things that really stood out to me was the terms when we're speaking sales and distribution. There are some things you will hear that sound wrong, but in the context of sales and distribution, it is very normal. For example, exploitation. When you hear that you want to exploit content, what the normal person would think about is that they want to run you streets, or they want to scam you or something. But we know now, and we're sharing with you, that when distributors are talking about exploiting your content, they're actually talking about the different ways that your content can make money for you. And I think that that's a wonderful thing. So I'm sure we've all learned something today. Okay, we're about to round up now. And so thank you for listening. Thank you for joining us in this panel session. We'd want to say a very big thank you to Ijoma Ona, Trino Motion Pictures, the NIFS team, and of course, our wonderful director, Godwin, for making this program worth our everyone for listening. Enjoy the rest of your day.